Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and I'm doing a live stream on January 8th. I'm also doing a recording. I have had a little bit of technical difficulty, so I'm a little late, and I had to reboot a bunch of stuff, and hopefully it works now. So right now it's just live streaming on YouTube. I'm going to be live streaming on Rumble shortly here. But please help support my work by going and making sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble, and 4 channels on YouTube, so please follow me there. In addition, you can help support my work by purchasing the products and by donating. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and you can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on my website, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It is through the donations that allows me to do these free videos for you guys. I have thousands of free videos that inform you in many different subjects. So let me set up the stream for Rumble, but we seem to be working on YouTube at the moment. So I have had some difficulties throughout the day. So hopefully the difficulties will go away. Let's play a little bit about the fire that's going on in California here.
Going on and what things look like right now. Walk me through what it was like to evacuate last night.
So yesterday, he saw a fire. And I was actually at the store, so I came home and I saw it. My first instinct was just to grab him, get my dogs, and get my, baby pictures, stuff like that. And so I did that. I came, we ran inside. I was like, just help me grab something. And then I just put on some clothes. I got my social and my birth certificate, and then we just left. So then we went to his brother's house. We got both the cars, and then it was so hard to even get out, so they had to open an emergency exit for Oak Ridge. So we had to go out that way. But this, coming out the mobile park, it was so crowded, so you couldn't really get out.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that congestion making our way in here early this morning. Val, sorry, I'm going to reach over to you, but Val, I want to talk to you. What was that like? We saw the flames get dangerously close to these properties. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, we just heard a loud explosion, and then me and my brother went outside, and you can see one of the cell phone towers. I don't know if they're cell phone towers or the power towers, but there was just a huge fire in the back, and then immediately right away, so me and my brother just started going door to door, knocking on all the neighbors' houses, because there's a lot of elderly people that live over here. So obviously our main concern was getting everyone out of here, and then ourselves too. So we just got all our cars, filled them up with as much stuff as we could, and we just left with our pets and stuff like that. I had to call my father-in-law too, because he has a ranch that's right here, right next to us too, with 300 horses that are right there, and then he was right there trying to put out the fires as well too, trying to get all the horses evacuated and out of there as well.
And his ranch and livestock, everything okay there?
Yeah, everything's good. Luckily they were able to get everything out, and then the fire didn't really get too close to the ranch.
And you guys have done this before. You've evacuated in this area before, I understand.
Yeah, it was in 2019, but it was way worse. The winds were blowing way stronger, but more towards this direction. And I know that a couple of houses caught fire over here, but luckily it wasn't as bad this year. But yeah, still gotta stay vigilant and be careful out here, especially with the high winds and stuff like that.
And then what now? I understand. You guys are still evacuated. Are you going to return home? Although that's not advised by fire officials. Where are you guys going now?
I think we're just gonna wait till the air quality kind of dies down a little bit, and then try to see what the reports online say, or when it's safe to come back like that, because the winds are still kind of blowing strong right now, so we don't want to be here, especially with the fire department and all that right here.
All right. Okay, Val, thanks for talking to us. You guys stay safe. So a lot of these fire crews are still making their way through the area, so they're asking residents to leave. If you haven't already, keep these roads clear for these fire engines. As you can see, they're still going through some of these narrow streets. Now, we did see earlier there were several cars parked just under the 210 freeway right outside this community, and several residents said that they just parked their cars down there. They slept and, they just waited. They really couldn't get any sleep. Of course, watching the updates and seeing what the fire was doing as it crept very close to these homes here. So we'll keep an eye on things, but that is the latest as we continue to feel those wind gusts. In Silmar, Amari Ramirez, back to you.
Yeah, and we're
just getting some information that we didn't know, but Gigi was telling us that when she was covering this same location back in 2008, which was the Sayre fire, right? At the time, it was the worst loss of homes due to fire in the city's history, right?
So nearly 500 homes burned down in what was known also as the Silmar fire. That was in November 2008.
Mm-hmm. So just an interesting perspective, and just we'll continue to basically compare and contrast, because obviously Los Angeles County has seen many fires throughout its history, but this one, as we've heard from experts, officials, Maria Samada talk about just how different this one is in the way these erratic winds are behaving, and so unpredictable, which makes it all the more scary. I want to show you a look at the map of the Hearst fire where Mario is. A little over 500 acres have burned so far. Officials are warning that the worsening winds could spread, though, this fire much farther out. Smoke advisory in effect, and residents, of course, urged to stay indoors. If you're able to stay indoors, please do so. And if you have like an air purifier too, it would be very useful to put that on as well.
That's right, and for anyone impacted by this Hearst fire, evacuation shelters have been set up. Those are located at Richie Valens Recreation Center on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima, the Northridge Park Center also on Reseda Boulevard in Northridge, and Sepulveda Recreation Center on Kester Avenue in Panorama City. And for those with large animals like horses, many residents in that area do have those horses. You can take them to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center in Burbank.
Horse owners can also contact the Compton Cowboys for assistance. CEO and founder Randy Savvy is offering assistance, emergency assistance for evacuation of those types of animals who need to transport their horses to safety. He is getting a lot of messages right now from residents who do need his help, and he's actually joining us on the phone right now to get us some more information. Randy, thank you for being with us, and thank you for the service you're offering.
Hey guys, I appreciate being here. I am en route right now, taking a bunch of messages. I'm getting a bunch of back and forth. It looks like a lot of help is coming in though, so a lot of the runs that I'm getting started to go within like 5 or 10 minutes, people are saying, oh, you know, trailers are getting there, those horses are clear. So I'm happy to hear that, but I am still on the route. I'm still taking phone calls. I'm in my rig, so I got a few things coming in, so we'll see what's up.
How many horses would you say are in need of a shelter or protection at this point? We're seeing video of a lot of owners of ranches evacuating their horses overnight.
There are thousands of horses in the Los Angeles and greater Los Angeles. People don't realize how widespread and how prominent the horse community is in LA, because we're not like a southern or one of those northern or midwestern states. People don't associate us with like farming and ranching, but in LA there are so many horse people, all different kinds. You got rancheros and vaqueros and charros from the Mexican community. You got black and white cowboys all over, even some natives. You got people that do hunter jumpers, all types of horses and all type of discipline and horse lovers all over the county. So I would definitely say thousands.
So what is the best way for people to contact you if they're in need of your services?
They can definitely text me to my phone number. Our number is 818-312-5936.
Okay, we're showing your information
Again,
as well for Instagram and your website, but give us your number again.
818-312-5936.
Now, can you...
My name is Randy. And I have I'm pulling a big 6-horse polo trailer and a big rig, so I can fit some, if you got little ones, I could probably take about 8 of them. And if you got big ones, really big ones, I could probably get about 5 of them in here, easy.
So we're listening here to some of the coverage courtesy of our partners down at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they continue to bring us some of these compelling images, speaking to a gentleman on the phone there in regards to these mass evacuations and also how people are trying to get their animals safe, specifically when it comes to these horses. A lot of these ranches have been impacted. We do have live pictures still of the fires that are currently burning all across Southern California. Take a look at this. We do want to step away for a quick commercial break at Live Now from Fox, but we continue with more of this coverage. The fires burning in Southern California when we come back. Out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they are getting an update on the Eaton fire that is burning just north of Pasadena.
Home here that is currently on fire. I had another resident ask me if any firefighters will be coming to the neighborhood, and the answer right now is no, because they are strapped. They're doing the very best they can trying to put out fires, but as soon as one sparks, another one does, because of all the embers that are flying in the area. We do know that 2 people so far have died in the Eden fire and several more injured. We don't know the exact number, but that's something that will be coming out in the next several days. Right now, what's at top of mind, especially for firefighters, is trying to save as many people as they can, trying to put out the fires as quickly as they can, while also dealing with the wind. I don't know if you can hear it in my live shot. The wind is really roaring, and that does not help with this active fire that's underway right now. So definitely a difficult situation as we continue to walk down El Molino. I can tell you we've spoken with a few residents at the end of this street who have decided to stay. They said that they just wanted to save their home, and one guy is trying to evacuate, but he, in the stress of it all, lost the keys to his car. So now he's scrambling, trying to find the keys to his car because he's got his car packed up, but he's unable.
Wow.
So you can just imagine the stress that people are under.
Absolutely. Yeah, because in a moment's panic when you're rushing and running around, you might have even packed those keys in one of your bags. You don't know. Maybe that's a reminder too when you're doing the Getty Set Go plan, right? And you're positioning your car in the driveway as you should be when you're told that it's a possibility you might have to evacuate, to perhaps even leave your keys in the car. I know that yesterday when so many people abandoned their vehicles in the middle of the road, right? One of the things was, hey, you guys, if you do this, leave your keys in the car. This is not a parking lot. Don't take your keys with you, because you're not even thinking at that moment. Coco, we're watching this individual, it looks like a gentleman, trying to hose down the surrounding.
All right, so I finally found the technical issue that I was having with the streaming with Rumble. So I'm streaming on YouTube, I'm streaming on Rumble, everything's streaming on my website now. I also have X Spaces open, so if you'd like to do a call-in, please join the X Spaces. Just click the link that's in the description box in this video, and you know, for X, and then just find my X spaces, and then you can do a call-in. This is supposed to be interactive. Let me just do a recap on the market right now. The S&P 500 is trading with a little bit of stress. It's trading at 5,889. VIX is trading at 18.7. The Euro USD is trading at 1.03, so dollar is strong. Oil is trading at $73.38 a barrel. BITO is stressed. Bitcoin's going down. Right now, this ETF BITO is trading at 22.75, and the USD Japanese yen trade is at 158.47, so it's dollar positive.
All right, we're saying, oh,
Exactly.
is that the gentleman who found his keys maybe, or that was a different vehicle?
That was a different vehicle that was honking at us. Someone that we spoke to earlier that clearly decided now to leave. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of frustration from residents to firefighters who feel like they don't have the resources to handle an event of this magnitude. And again, you just see this home just burning to the ground. There's lots of little explosions and embers as well. And again, these guys on top of this roof are still trying to save their home. But this
Now
is
think about this. This is a fire, all right? It's bad, but what if there was a nuclear weapon that went off? You really think that the government's there to save you? They don't have the resources, nor do they care to save you.
Fire, you are near PCH in the ocean. What's the scene now?
We're at Gladstone's, and just moments after we went live reporting there was a fire on this side of the restaurant, we were actually heading to the other side where firefighters were staged. Apparently somebody saw that live shot, reported it, and LA City Fire arrived here and have managed and are still working actually on putting this fire out. This is a trailer, a metal trailer, the ones you often see on tractor trailer trucks, but this one is here permanently. It was being used as a storage facility for the popular restaurant on Pacific Coast Highway. This was completely on fire. Everything inside, whatever was in there, has been destroyed. And actually, you might be able to make out that black smoke because it continues to burn in there, even though the flames have been put out. And then onto the left of that trailer is the garbage bin area of the restaurant. As far as we can see, the restaurant has not been affected, which of course is a good thing. Gladstone's has been here for decades. Most folks in Los Angeles have probably been here at one time or another. A very popular place for tourists, for locals to come and have seafood right on the beach. So LA City Fire to the rescue. From Fire Station 238, we see them right here. Or is that 238, I believe? And that is in Wilmington. So Wilmington, LA City Fire have now been able to put this fire, and they're going to be standing by for any possible hotspots. Part of the wall on the restaurant has also burnt. And we were talking about the fire actually jumping Pacific Coast Highway. I'm going to ask photographer Tony Butita, and I've been asking him things all day long. I'm going to ask you to turn around. I want to go up there. We're on Sunset and Pacific Coast Highway, and we're starting to see a black plume, and that just means that the fire has hit some fresh fuel, whether that's a home whether that's a structure, whether that's vegetation, unclear, but that dark black smoke tells you that something is burning. You may be able to make out part of a structure that looks like it was burnt probably yesterday, but the fire not completely out, and we're just starting to see that loom up here. Pacific Coast Highway is gray, it is dark, it's as if it were 6 o'clock in the afternoon here because of all the smoke. That is the latest from Pacific Palisades and our continuing coverage of the Palisades fire, very much out of control. And those winds, those wind gusts, we are continuing to feel them here in Pacific Palisades. We'll send it back to you.
And Gigi, I hear a little relief in your voice, given the fact that Gladstone's has been saved at this point, but really, you don't survey the damage of the smoke.
We lost our signal.
Even if, okay, and Gigi's gonna go and get connected, but, you can say a structure has been saved because it hasn't caught on fire, but the smoke damage inside those homes, the furniture, some of all that can be totally totaled in a fire like this. So now we're looking at a map of this fire and some of the evacuation areas. The evacuation centers for the Palisades fire victims. Let's tell you about those. So evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. This is on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Another evacuation center open is the Dream Center in Los Angeles, so that's an option as well.
Yeah, and when it comes to livestock and larger animals, a separate evacuation center is open at Pierce College. That's at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills.
Let me just do a product plug here. I know there's a lot of news going on, so, and I've had the technical difficulties all day, so please help support my work by going to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and getting the great supplements and products that I offer. I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we have developed these deodorant bars. They're made from essential oils from the Himalayas, very high quality. I have it in citrus and in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. These do not have aluminum, and it doesn't have baking soda in it. It's made from natural ingredients, very high quality essential oils from the Himalayas. This is a dual purpose product. You use it as a deodorant, it's for males and females, but you also can use it to help detoxify your body. And I believe in providing dual purpose products. So go to my store, get a couple bars of these for your household. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com and get the very high quality deodorants either in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Another thing that I think is really important to take to kind of boost up your immune system, especially with what's going on around the world, I take Max 35, all right? I take a teaspoon of it a day, I swish it in my mouth and gargle 20, 30 seconds and then swallow. What that does is it neutralizes and it also improves the mucosal lining and your epithelial tissue, so you have a better barrier, right? So this will help to mitigate through what's going on, all right? I can't say any more than that because of the great censorship on YouTube, but I take this every day. Now, if you're not feeling well, let's say it's the cold season, you're not feeling well, you should be taking a tablespoon or two a day. Neutralizes and it boosts up your immune system. Another thing that you should be having in your household, because you're gonna need it, trust me, you're gonna need it, is the structural nanosilver gel. Now, this structural nanosilver gel, I also have it in a dispenser form that I don't have on my table at the moment. I've been having problems all day today, and just nothing's gelling right now. All right, so, okay, so I have two types of structural nanosilver gel. I have it in the dispenser form and the tube form. Get a couple of these items for your household. It's a dual purpose. They'll help to improve your skin. As a skincare product, you apply it on your skin and then exfoliate and it'll be clear. Best way to do it is to put it on at night and then exfoliate in the morning. But also, you can put it on a wound, it'll heal it quicker. You put it on your skin, it creates a barrier. That's going to be important, especially what's going on in the Congo. And structural nanosilver helps to neutralize. So you put it around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils, create a barrier, but it helps to neutralize. It stays active for 5.5 hours, and it's way better than Perel. Perel is only active for about 20 seconds. Perel evaporates because it is alcohol-based. And because it's alcohol-based and it evaporates, it cracks your skin. It causes damage to your skin. Structural nanosilver gel heals your skin. And it stays active for 5.5 hours. Trust me, this is way better than anything out there that other people are using. So please, be prepared. You're gonna need it. Cases are going up. Be prepared. Now, if you don't, and you get something, I'm just gonna say I told you so. Another thing that's really important is the structural nanosilver toothpaste. Get a few tubes of the toothpaste for your household. It's a very high quality toothpaste. It's made from structural nanosilver. It'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, neutralize pathogens, improve your gum line, and reduce cardiovascular disease. How does that work, Paul? How does taking toothpaste that has structural nanosilver help with cardiovascular health? By having good oral hygiene and neutralizing pathogens, you're reducing the chances of having bacteria getting into your bloodstream and causing inflammation and creating disruption on your valves. You reduce valvular disease. You wonder why old people have stenosis? So please, go to my store, get this toothpaste. It's way better than anything that you're gonna get at your grocery store. And it's way better than what Alex Jones sells. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Trust me, this toothpaste is better than what Alex Jones sells. Now, I take my supplements. I'm older than Alex Jones. I look a lot healthier. Believe me, I am a lot healthier. Who do you want to really follow? Someone that actually does an anti-aging protocol and a longevity protocol to boost up their immune system and their endocrine system? Or someone that just says they do? Please go to my store and get the structural nanosilver soap. I have it in stock, the charcoal tea tree. Get a few bars for your household. It's a very high quality soap. It doesn't have all those fancy chemicals from Procter & Gamble. And believe me, you don't want those fancy chemicals. You know why? Because they disrupt your endocrine system. And another thing to get, all right, to help with the health of your body, boost up energy levels, improve your, protect your neurons, especially when you get older, is vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex helps with the mitochondria. The first 4 vitamins for B will help with the electron transport chain. It'll help with metabolism. And it will help protect neurons. When you get older, you're going to need to protect your neurons. You're going to need to protect your central nervous system. You're going to need to protect your peripheral nervous system. You're going to need to protect your white matter and your gray matter. Follow my advice. You should be taking vitamin B complex, especially if you're 40 plus. All right. With that, let me just continue on a little bit with the news because I've been having technical difficulties, and then I'll take any requests from X. Just to remind the audience, for the ones that are watching the live stream, I have X spaces up for you to do a call-in. This is supposed to be interactive, okay? I am a little late today because of the technical difficulties. And the ones that are listening on Rumble, please join the discussion on X. All right, let me continue on with the fires in
Outside the high school, we're going to look about towards the football field. Looks like there's a structure burning over there. And we talked about just being surrounded by flames, but it's just all around the football stadium. We saw the press box on fire, and we want to see, because we've seen the other side of the high school. We saw the other side of the high school with the flames on the baseball field and the field house, the locker rooms, and this is the main entrance to the school. We did see some fire here a little while ago, and just want to get a quick look and show you guys kind of what we're seeing at the front of the school. Yeah, you can see the flames coming in from this direction, getting closer to the school. Just definitely a scary situation. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
And that noise you were hearing was the alarm going off at the Palisades High School there as it was engulfed in flames. Again, 10% of LAUSD schools are closed today, which can affect the district's most vulnerable children. And Bob DeCastro caught up with an LAUSD board member on how kids are getting help today.
So closing schools is a really tough call on a high bar, especially given the disruption to kids' education in the last few years. We early this morning, based on our metrics for both the evacuation zone but also air quality, closed a number of schools. Once the school bell rang at 8, it's almost more disruptive to most of those school communities to then close and evacuate, especially given the roads. And so what we've told families is that there's a list of schools that's about a little over 100 that are closed. Others use your best judgment. Attendance will not count today. And then those others, and we know we have hundreds of thousands of kids who are at school for those reasons. Childcare, meals. They'll be at school. After school programs will continue. We'll be indoors. We have air quality monitors, and we also want to extend the same grace to our employees as well.
What I want to do is I want to go to the Hill here, and this is talking about FBI block and Russiagate inquiry to protect anti-Trump zealots in agency. All right, let's see what they have to say here.
Is the FBI hiding a very important question surrounding its second investigation into then President Donald Trump in 2017, otherwise known as Russiagate?
Journalist Aaron Maté believes so. When he requested documents from the FBI about Russiagate, the FBI redacted the reasons why they suspected that Trump was a Russian agent. That is the basis for Aaron's latest piece for Real Clear Investigations. It's titled, FBI is Still Hiding Details of Russiagate, Newly Released Document Shows.
That suspicion was essentially the entire basis for opening the probe in the first place, Maté writes. While the original Trump-Russia investigation has been discredited, the public remains in the dark about why the FBI launched a follow-up counterintelligence probe that targeted Trump while he was newly in the White House and what ends it took to pursue it. Joining us now to discuss this is Aaron Maté himself. Aaron, welcome back to Rising. Nice to see you.
Good to be here.
So what have you uncovered with respect to why this investigation came into being in the first place?
Well, the FBI has offered no detail as to why it felt it had sufficient grounds to open up an investigation of a sitting president as a Russian agent. That was the basis for this investigation, which is launched in May 2017. And just to clarify for people, because it's a little confusing, so you have already Crossfire Hurricane, which was the initial Trump-Russia inquiry. This is the FBI on July 31st, 2016, during the presidential campaign, deciding, based on a really vague tip about George Papadopoulos, a low-level Trump campaign volunteer, that they had grounds to investigate the Trump campaign for possibly conspiring with Russia. And after Trump gets elected in May 2017, this is now Trump's 4th month in office, Andrew McCabe, who's then the deputy director of the FBI, decides, you know what, we also have ground to not only be investigating Trump circle for ties to Russia, let's investigate the president personally himself as an agent of Russia. And that's what this investigation was. Now, in the document that I got, which is the opening communication which launched this investigation, it claims that there's a factual basis to launch this probe, but that factual basis is entirely redacted, which means that more than 7 years later, we still do not know why the FBI thought that it was appropriate to investigate a sitting president in the White House for being an agent of Russia. All we have are the public statements that McCabe has made. And what he said in public is that basically because Trump had fired Jim Comey just days earlier, that made him wonder what Trump has to hide. Why would Trump go ahead and fire Jim Comey if he wasn't working on behalf of Russia? And that, in McCabe's view, was sufficient predication. We've also gotten some details in news reports. So, for example, in January 2019, the New York Times first reported that the FBI had opened up the second probe of Trump, and they reported that the Steele dossier, which is the collection of Hillary Clinton-funded conspiracy theories, that was among the factors that fueled the FBI's concerns. And to that point, we already know from previous reporting, including by my colleague Paul Sperry at Real Clear, that right before McCabe opened up this counterintelligence probe of Trump in May 2017, the FBI re-engaged Christopher Steele after not talking to him for many months because he had previously been terminated as a source because he was blabbing his mouth to the media. But then McCabe decides, because he wants to build this new probe of Trump as a Russian agent, let's bring Christopher Steele back in. So they spoke to Steele. And I think it was, basically that, Christopher Steele's ludicrous dossier, the fact that Trump had fired Comey, and McCabe in his head can't imagine why Trump would do that, except for the possibility that he was a Russian agent, was trying to cover something up, that's why he felt this was sufficient grounds. In my opinion, this wouldn't be grounds to, open up an investigation of anybody, let alone a sitting president of the U.S. It just underscores how ridiculous Russiagate was and how so many years later, we still don't know so many of the critical details.
I think it can be hard to tell whether information is being redacted because the authorities are genuinely trying to keep back something that is damaging or makes them look bad, or that they are redacting information because that is common standard practice. They would redact information even when there's nothing damaging because they're just so secretive and inclined to do it. So it can look malicious even if it's not. Now, it might very well be malicious in this case.
Come on. I mean, Robbie, my God. Think about this for a second. They were going after Trump because he was not one of the deep staters. I mean, shit. Come on. I mean, you gotta look at multiple data points, Robbie. Come on. I mean, it's so obvious.
Maybe an appetite or an interest in exploring perhaps some of these lines of inquiry you are exploring now that Republicans have control of Congress and a supportive president?
Well, Trump has vowed to reform the national security state to end the overreach of agencies like the FBI. He's appointed someone to head the FBI, Kash Patel, who was very critical of the Trump-Russia investigation and he helped expose the fact that the FBI was relying on the Steele dossier to get surveillance warrants on Trump campaign volunteer Carter Page and lying about it. And that's why, by the way, a lot of Democrats, including Adam Schiff, hate Kash Patel and don't want to see him confirmed to be the director of the FBI. So it'll be up to the Trump team how much sunlight they want to give on the story. But
isn't it really odd that Adam Schiff was in the House, and for the second term for Trump, he's in the Senate, and the Senate has to do a lot of confirmation. I'm willing to bet that Adam Schiff will cause a ruckus during the nomination process, the confirmation process. He was put in there.
I mean, recall, it's easy to forget it now, but at the height of this Trump-Russia conspiracy theory was all-consuming. Democrats who were watching MSNBC and listening to people like Adam Schiff, they were convinced that this was going to do Trump in, that Robert Mueller was going to uncover the secret Trump-Russia conspiracy. Those of us who pushed back on it were marginalized and dismissed as being, Putin or Trump apologists. But now, at this point now, it's been so discredited that very few people defend the Russia investigation anymore. And the fact that the FBI still feels compelled to hide critical details, including why they launched a counterintelligence probe of Trump while he was sitting in the White House, I would hope would compel people to demand more answers and more scrutiny of these decisions.
Yeah, it totally consumed the news cycle.
Because what it would reveal is the chain of command on how they went after Trump at the FBI and how they lied to judges to get the warrants.
For years, various Russian actions, Russian involvement with the Trump campaign, Russian actions on social media companies being described as, the decisive factor in spinning this tale about why Trump won. That was clearly something that I think a lot of mainstream media institutions and actually the Democratic Party itself internalized, that this was why, now we're going back 8 years, Hillary Clinton lost. That seemed to be the message that she took away from it. Do you think that negatively impacted the Democrats' ability to campaign effectively, that they were so hung up on this being the explanation for why Trump won, that they didn't have to do any kind of soul searching about their message?
It's the other way around, Robbie. It wasn't that Hillary found out that maybe, there was some issue with, this whole Russian gate thing. It started from Hillary. Hillary was trying to knock out Trump, and that it was a way to cripple his presidency if he did get in. It was orchestrated to take him down during the election of 2016, and if it didn't work, to be able to hamper his presidency.
Or the issues they run on, or any of those sorts of things?
Well, yeah, I mean, as someone who was not a big fan of Donald Trump, this was one of the many reasons why I was critical of Russiagate. I mean, the first reason was simply that it was just factually completely baseless. And as journalists, we're supposed to look at the facts, not our partisan affiliations. And that was a major reason why Russiagate took off, is because a lot of journalists put facts to the side and went with their partisan hackery, basically. And that's why Russiagate was allowed to be the thing that it was, because journalists simply weren't doing their jobs.
But mainstream journalists never do their jobs. Let's forget about 2016. What about when we started to go into Iraq? Remember weapons of mass destruction? And how all of the mainstream media just played along with the Pentagon?
Against it on a political basis was not only the fact that he was basically criminalizing diplomacy with Russia, which I thought was a bad idea. I mean, I think Trump was right when he said we should have good relations with a rival nuclear power. The world's a more dangerous place if we don't, in my opinion. But also, politically, I couldn't think of a bigger gift to Donald Trump and the Republicans. Because if you're Trump in the White House, what more would you want than have your opposition, rather than being organized around policies that, might be better alternatives to Trump's, or, being critical of Trump's policies, being organized around a dumb conspiracy theory. Literally the stupidest conspiracy theory I've ever seen in my lifetime. This idea that the President of the United States was elected based on a sprawling conspiracy with the Russian government. And just to keep him in line, the Kremlin was also blackmailing Trump with a P-tape, which was literally what most Democratic pundits in the media were believing and promoting, and many of the people in the audience who didn't have the time to go through all the facts were led to believe. I mean, it's a huge gift to Trump. So yes, of course this hurt the Democrats, rather than becoming, I think, a party that was actually anti-establishment, going in the direction of someone like Bernie Sanders, who I think would have appealed to many Trump voters back in 2016. They doubled down on the Clinton wing of the party by embracing a literal Clinton-funded conspiracy theory, because that's what it was. It was a Clinton campaign that paid for Christopher Steele, and it was the FBI that covered up the fact that it was relying on his dossier.
Exactly.
And by the way, there's so much more to learn. Speaking of the Clinton campaign,
the genesis of this is Hillary.
Paying for Russiagate claims relied on by the FBI. The Clinton campaign also hired a firm called CrowdStrike, which was the entity that first accused Russia of hacking the DNC, which ultimately led to the claims that Russia hacked the DNC and gave those emails to WikiLeaks. Now, this claim originates with CrowdStrike, which is working for the Clinton campaign. And now we know from reporting that has come out, I've done a lot of this, that the FBI was relying on CrowdStrike's work. So just as it was relying on Christopher Steele's conspiracy theories, which were paid for by the Clinton campaign, It was also relying on another Clinton campaign contractor, CrowdStrike, to lodge its allegations that Russia hacked the DNC. And that was the foundation.
Does the FBI do their own work? Or do they just like take third-party outfits and just cobble up a PowerPoint and then give it to the brass? I mean, this is crazy. But they hampered Trump's first term. And they tried to demonize him during the whole election cycle for 2020. You know, talking about election interference, don't worry about Russiagate being, you know, that Trump was tied to some sort of Russian collusion thing that was, you know, having some sort of election interference. The election interference came from the FBI. From the FBI. The election interference came from the Hillary campaign. The election interference was all the fucking lawfare that we were seeing. And it's still continuing because guess what? He doesn't get sentenced until January 10th for porn star payments.
Allegation of Russiagate, and I've tried through FOIA to get the FBI to release the documents it used from CrowdStrike, including CrowdStrike's reports, to make its allegations that Russia hacked the DNC. Even after CrowdStrike's own CEO privately admitted to Congress that we actually have no evidence of Russian hacking. But yet the FBI refuses to release the CrowdStrike reports, and that's a part of the story where we still do not know a lot of information. So if we want to have answers, want to get to the bottom of what happened in Russiagate, that's another place where we could have scrutiny under this new administration, is to what extent did the FBI rely on the work of a Clinton-funded contractor to lodge the foundational allegation that Russia hacked the DNC.
Aaron Mate, thank you so much for coming on to talk about that. Fascinating stuff. Great report.
All right, so that was the Hill, you know, and you know the never-ending Russiagate. Let me plug just a few products here, and then I'm going to take the X-Spaces call in. Please help support my work by going to my website and getting the products that I offer. I have very high-quality products, and if you follow my advice, you're going to help boost up your immune system, you're going to improve your endocrine system, and you're going to age slower. Let's say you don't want to live forever, all right? Let's say you just want to, you know, die early, all right? Boosting up your immune system means that you're going to have a better quality of life, all right? But if you follow my protocol, you'll actually age slower, all right? So trust me on this. It's based on a 3-pillar system. Taking structural nanosilver liquids to neutralize pathogens. And when you do that, you're boosting up your immune system. The other pillar is bringing down inflammation, taking turmeric and ashwagandha. And then the third part of the pillar is soaking up free radicals. That's the core. And then you add stuff to it, and voila, you have a really robust immune system and endocrine system. Structural nanosilver, turmeric and ashwagandha, and C60. Soak up those free radicals. All right? You can boost up your immune system and you can slow down the aging process. But when you add stuff to the core by stacking, you're going to get very similar benefits that you're going to see with these very slow agers and the ones that have very strong immune systems. All right? So a product that you should have stocked in your house because of the cold season is the lozenges that I have on my store and the drops. So you can get my Nuka Honey lozenges and elderberry zinc lozenges on my store, but also the cherry drops in 100 count. Get the drops. The moment you have that irritation, take the drops and the lozenges, it'll neutralize it. It has structural nanosilver in it. And it will mitigate the irritant, it will neutralize the irritant and help with maintaining the mucosal lining so you're mitigating infection. Okay? Really important. Vitamin C. You know, the last I looked, all the grandmothers say take vitamin C. You know what? They're right. Take vitamin C and magnesium, it'll boost up your immune system. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a double dose. Make sure you drink with filtered water. Fluoride in your water will make you stupid. Probiotics. You can get it in the veggie cap version or in the powder version. You saw me eating hummus, just a few minutes ago, all right? Because this is a real professional show. I add powder to the hummus, all right? This is the probiotic powder that I add. It's a great way to take it, but some people don't like taking powder. You can take the veggie cap version. It's up to you. But you know what? They're very high quality. Why do you need to take the probiotics? You need to bring down the inflammation. You need to improve your gut biome, improve your metabolism, being able to absorb nutrients better. You're improving your liver function. Your liver is a big detoxification organ. If you have a bad liver, you have a bad life. And guess what? A good gut biome will allow you to think better and, not be depressed. So please go to my store, make sure you take the probiotic. And lastly, these two supplements are really important to take. Olive leaf extract, dual purpose product, helps with the immune system and the cardiovascular system, brings down inflammation, and helps with your total cholesterol levels. It brings down LDL and increases your HDL levels. Olive leaf extract is important to take. This is a high quality supplement. Help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. See, when you target certain systems in your body, guess what? Your health improves. Amazing how that works. Digestive enzyme complex. You're 40 plus years old, guess what? Your pancreas is dying. It doesn't matter how healthy you are. So you're going to need to take supplements to help reduce the load on the pancreas. What does the pancreas do? It creates a bunch of, it does a lot of things, but we're talking about the enzymes to break up foodstuffs. So it creates enzymes, secretes enzymes to break up proteins, carbs, and lipids. If you have a bad pancreas, guess what? You can't break food up. And then you start having digestive problems and lots of other problems, all right? So what you want to do is reduce the load on the pancreas. Taking the digestive enzyme complex will do that. It'll help you digest the food, break up the proteins, break up the lipids, break up the carbohydrates. Why? Because it has the digestive enzymes in this complex. If you work out and you're young and you got a really healthy pancreas, guess what? If you're an athlete, you're usually needing to refuel your body and to recover. Digestive enzyme complex is going to help you with that recovery, with breaking up your refueling. So take digestive enzyme complex if you're an athlete. But the bottom line here is be cognizant that when we get older, our systems don't work as well. So you need to supplement to help them. So go to my store, take my advice, reduce the load on your pancreas by taking the digestive enzyme complex. I also, during the crisis of 2020, said to take the digestive enzyme complex. You know why? Because this has proteolytic enzymes in it. You know what you need proteolytic enzymes for? To break up glycoproteins. You remember the spike protein? Oh, it breaks it apart. I also said you got to worry about clotting. This has bromelain in it. What does bromelain do? It breaks up clots. So for the last 5 years, I've been telling you exactly what you need to do to get through the crisis. And it was dual purpose. It actually helped your pancreas out. Amazing. I'm the most comprehensive. I'm telling you how to get through the crisis through 2020, and I'm going to be the most comprehensive person on how to improve your health. All right. With that said, I'm going to take I'm gonna pass the mic on X Spaces. So the ones that are watching on YouTube and on Rumble, make sure, if you want to participate, get into the call in on X Spaces. All right, let's see here. Hello?
Hey, Paul.
Hi. How you doing?
You called it right. I said, oh, we'll talk during the next crisis. You said it'll be tomorrow. You were right.
Well, you know the problem is, the problem is that I'm right all the time. And you know what? And I'm saying 2025 is going to be a really, really packed year. It's going to have 10 years packed in 1 year. And every day is going to be something like this.
Wow. I mean, I was, I kind of brushed off what you said. I was skeptical, but then as I went to sleep, I said, God, I woke up this morning, I said, I've been watching the news because I'm very familiar with that area.
You want to hear something that's funny? 2 nights ago, this is really funny, actually. 2 nights, and I'm not joking here, all right? This is an honest to God, truthful story. 2 nights ago, I had a dream, all right, and I was playing on the golf course in Florida with Tucker Carlson and Cat Turd.
Yeah, Cat Turd, yeah.
You know who Cat Turd is, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
so Cat Turd was playing golf with Tucker Carlson, and I was playing with them in Florida. Why? I have no idea.
Well, dreams are, well, for me anyway, they like help you deconstruct, our, so a lot of times, well, anyway, I think it helps with ordering our thoughts. So, I mean, I think it's related.
I'm not sure though. Golf course, Florida, Tucker Carlson and Cat Turd and DrPaulCottrell. I just don't know. I don't see the connection.
Well, okay, Paul. I know a bunch about this fire stuff.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to say on all this.
Okay, just so you know, there's also someone that requested to speak too. So I wanted to make sure that everyone has a turn to speak. So.
Okay, I'll make it quick.
Yeah.
Let me just make a few points.
Yeah. Okay.
Go
ahead.
One, the LA mayor, she was running against this real estate developer who probably would have really helped LA. His name was Rick Caruso. I don't know how the hell she won. It was probably through vote cheating, but she's now in Ghana she's not even in the city. She's in a foreign country. So the city's burning and she's in a foreign country.
It's interesting you say that because I remember during the whole COVID thing. Remember, where was the one of the co-founders from Twitter, Jack Dorsey? Where was he right when COVID was just starting?
He was like Vietnam?
Yeah, he was. He was overseas too.
Yeah. Then the other thing is what people don't understand. I don't know if people really understand these fires. So I lived in an area where these fires were very common. So what happens is when these fires, especially my brother sent me a warning like 2 days ago saying that they're expecting maybe up to, 80, 100 miles an hour in the LA area. So where the fires are. So this is a problem for multiple reasons. One, with such high winds, it's very hard to control. I don't think the firemen can control the fire.
Right.
So for like arsonists and stuff, it's a great time. And like, okay.
Well, do you think it's arson, or do you think it's just?
I don't know. They're saying it might be homeless, but it could be both. But I guess what I'm saying is or it could be. I mean, the other thing that happens is these power poles are old, and so when they fall sometimes, and then they're still live and they spark, they hit the ground, and then they start a fire. That's another thing that happens.
Why don't they put it underground?
I don't know. I saw somebody posted on Twitter about it, but
all the electric lines in New York are underground.
That's crazy. They should be. Now. But part of I saw somebody saying that there's corruption in the between the state and the power companies and stuff. Now the other thing is people don't realize when these fires happen, you look at those big plumes of smoke. So let's say it's 80 miles an hour or 50 miles an hour. Those big smoke clouds, those are taking tons of sparks up into the ear, and then they take them like a mile away. So the sparks fall down, and they fall on roofs, they fall on everywhere, and then they just start all these fires everywhere. So people, like, I was driving down the freeway during one of these fires, and there's just like little spot fires along the side of the freeway, in the palm trees, in the median, but there's no firemen anywhere because the fires, there's so many fires and they're so big, they can't get to all of them, you know? So that's what's going on now. The other thing is that people don't realize, like, these are like, the place where the fire is, like, it's reached right along the ocean. Those houses, there's houses that are literally like up against the water. So in other words, the water splashes, you know, right, maybe underneath them. So those houses, like one of these houses that I was affiliated with was worth like $80, $100 million. All those houses, and that wasn't a big house, that was a small house. All those houses, a lot of those houses are just based on the videos that I'm seeing.
So basically in this area, you're slumming at 80 million?
Well, if you're right on the water, maybe it's 80. But those ones you're seeing up in the mountain, like a typical house in LA, just to live in LA is at least, I don't know what it is, a very small house, $1.5 million. So like those houses up in the mountains, those are like 10 million. Every one of those. Yeah. I think 5-10 million. So and the smaller ones, the bigger ones are, you know, so like that's what's going on right now. And
you know, my take on this, there seems to be a similarity to the Maui fire.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a feel to that, but the first reaction I had when I saw that this was happening and it was so bad, think about what's the demographic there. Okay, rich.
Extremely rich.
What's the political affiliation?
Very left.
All right. Where do you think they stood with the Middle East conflict?
They were on the wrong side of everything.
Well, maybe they're getting cursed.
Well, here's what I think is maybe coming out of this is I think the mayor
I
of
feel
LA,
like it's like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
That's what I
look at it. It's the places that are red that are, you know, through the pandemic that get protected, and then it's the places that are blue that get fucked. It's like they get fucked. The blues screw their own. You know?
Or, you know, I mean, there's
or
definitely the tail eats the, you know, the tail is eating, you know, the head is eating the tail kind of thing going on. But I just feel that there's, like I said before, we're living in times that are that are reminiscent of plagues. Yeah. And I just like, maybe this is what's, you know, maybe this is a plague, you know. Yeah. I'm sure that people will be able to use science to just say, well, it was a power line that fell in this area and this house. But the thing is that, well, there are lots of power lines that could fall anywhere in the country, and it just so happens to fall in LA in the richest area. It just so happens. It just in the middle of this. I mean, think about it. All right, the fire was yesterday. That was January 7th. What was January 6th? That was the certification of the vote.
Yeah.
You know, it just feels like there's a retribution going on. Yeah. There's some sort of like cosmic retribution happening.
Well, it does seem like the Bible's playing out. Now, okay, just a couple small other things, and then I'll let the other...
The other guy left, so if he comes back, I'll let you know.
Okay.
It's all right.
Okay. Well, next time, if anybody wants to talk, they could just jump in. And so, the other thing is so the left, they're so crazy. So they say, let's leave nature alone. Let's not touch nature. So when there's a fire in nature, they put out the fire. Okay, so this is how they have it totally wrong. But they don't realize fire is part of nature. So what happens is these forests get filled up with debris that nature would normally clear out, like, much more often. And so then when the fire comes through, it just barrels through instead of it being like manageable. Right. And so that's what's happening in California is they have all these environmental groups that say, don't do backfiring, like don't light fires ahead of time. So like on a no-wind day, they could light fires every, say, 5-10 years and then clear out all the low-level debris. And then, then it's much less chance of in other words, a fire is much smaller. Yeah. But across California, it's these crazy environmentalists. They, so that's pretty much the problem. The other thing is, lastly, I'll just say that you mentioned the Maui. Well, the guy who ran for mayor, Rick Caruso in LA, he got on TV yesterday, called in and said that the fire hydrants are running low or have no water because the mayor, didn't fill up the reservoirs or something. And so the city didn't fill up the reservoirs. And, what the point is that it probably has something to do with some environmental thing again. But I think what's coming out of this is, I think that Rick Caruso might end up either back in as mayor, in other words, he'll win a second time around, or I just saw Cernovich saying maybe he should run as governor. But either way, I wonder whether out of this crisis there might be.
Was there any reality to the rumor that James Wood was running for governor?
Not sure. He lives in Pacific Palisades, right there on Malibu. So his house is either burned or in danger.
No, he was talking about he had to evacuate.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if a guy like James Wood, do you think he could win? I mean, California is pretty leftist, so you'd need like Caruso. Caruso is kind of like a Republican, but acts kind of Democratish. So, in other words, he fakes kind of Democrat. So, like somebody like him. Like Schwarzenegger won, but Schwarzenegger, but he won because of name recognition.
Here's the thing with New York. It is a blue. When I say New York City.
Yeah.
New York City is very blue, right, and it's liberal, right? But it's also pragmatic. So they may, their DNA is Democrat. They vote blue, right? Yeah. But because they're pragmatic, they will switch and be cordial to Republican policies, but may give some pushback. My observation with California is that they're so left that there is no middle ground. There's no room to negotiate, and so California is only going to spiral downward.
Yeah, except if this kind of stuff keeps happening, because there was a vote in California this past election. They put on the ballot like a ballot measure. Should they reinstitute basically? Should they make it a crime to steal? Because they're going in and just breaking in just walking out of stores with stuff. Because it's basically the crime has been lowered. Like it used to be, you would get arrested and sent to jail, and then now it's not that way. The voters voted like 76% or something to make that criminal again, and that was even with the left and the governor fighting against it as best he could. So I think that California. Even like the problem is those crazy people that live in the hills, the Pacific Palisades and Malibu. The problem is they're like leftists. A lot of them are leftists out of convenience. But if pushed, then they would go for a guy like Rick Caruso, the guy that I was talking about. So, I mean, I was living in a community in California a student community, where I noticed that there was a very, very fringe, very small, like say 5% or less of the population. They were fringe left, kind of like what we're talking about in California. And then maybe another part that was, I wouldn't even say fringe right. And then, so you had, let's say 20-30% say MAGA types, and then let's say 5% extreme left. But because most of the people in the middle just don't pay attention, including the MAGA types. So like, what would happen is the left just had the levers on power because nobody was paying attention. So that small 5%, they were organized for elections, and they would. So that's what's happening is, so that's a big problem.
Well, everyone that I've known, friends that were from California, all right?
Yeah.
Most of them were more liberal than New York liberals that I know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
they're literally texting me. They're literally texting me, having hissy fits because Trump won. And they go, I can't believe you were right, Paul. And blah, 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 blah. This country's gonna go down the toes, because of this criminal. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But California has a heavy dose of Trump derangement syndrome.
Absolutely, but also depends, I think, on the county. So, like, the county that I was in was more 50% Republican, 50% Democrat, or like, a lot of independents in the middle. So it kind of teetered. The board of supervisors teetered between the left and the right.
Every time I went to a conference in California, all right?
Yeah.
So I've been to California 3 times.
Yeah.
3 or 4 times. I think it's 3 times. And each time, there was one time it was in San Fran, and then the other 2 times was in LA. And I'll tell you, my observation, and they were all, related to kind of like VC, the VC world, all right? Venture capitalist world. And I'll tell you, everyone was fake. Hey, I said, LA was more fake than San Fran. But this whole idea of in the business community, fake until you make it, but not just that, it's just, they put up a facade, at least the people that were at these conferences, the ones that were from that area, they put up a facade that's just not true. And New York is so pragmatic that, you see through stuff. A New Yorker sees through BS very quickly, so you kind of like, you see this and it's like, well, wait a minute, this is the land of the fake.
I think that's the culture, yeah. I grew up in that. And I will say that, like, to give you an example of how it makes a difference which county you live in. So before the Supreme Court, within the past few years, it ruled that they have to issue, like, concealed carry permits for guns. In California, it depended which county, so which sheriff who was your elected sheriff. That depended on whether you could get a concealed carry permit. To give you an example, so LA County, I think, was extremely hard. Ventura County was pretty easy. 3,000 people or something had concealed carry permits. If you went to Santa Barbara County, only it was like 40 to 80 people had concealed carry permits. Orange County was easier, Riverside County, and there's a lot of counties that we don't hear about that have like a hick sort of sheriff, and I think they just give them out. But it's the counties, it's like San Francisco County, and the counties surrounding San Francisco, LA County. If there's, it's similar to, like, if you look on the map in America, most of it's red, but then the coastal, and so that's what it is in California. If you go to the farm areas, the more rural, those are red, and then but population-wise, LA County is so big, and so that's kind of the problem. But those were all my thoughts. Trying to hurry up my thoughts today.
I just the individual that wanted to speak left. But hopefully, if he's watching the live stream, just come back on X Spaces. I'll give you the mic. I apologize for that. But I just want to remind everybody that this is supposed to be interactive. If you want to talk, just request the mic on X Spaces, and I will give you the mic.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. But there's lots going to be happening. I'll tell you. But my gut feeling on this, because it was such, it's right by Hollywood, and LA's a fake place, and it wasn't there just an award ceremony that took
Like
place.
golden, like the
Yeah,
globes.
yeah. Wasn't it yesterday? Or the day before? I thought it
Not
just
sure,
happened.
but that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, so, everything's all fake, and I feel as though that there's some sort of, I don't know, some sort of metaphysical thing going on with the burning of LA.
Do you think that the people themselves are purposely bringing in let's say the Sodom and Gomorrah, the 10 plagues, or the Messianic era? Do you think that people are bringing it in, or that there's some supernatural aspect? But people,
Have
I mean,
you
like
seen?
the leaders.
Have you seen any person? I have, but have you seen people in your life where they do things as if they were possessed? We would call it mental illness, but I mean,
Right.
so they do things that are so irrational that it's as if it seems as though they're possessed.
Well,
Now we
agree.
in medicine, you could say that there is this type of disorder or that type of disorder, but so to answer your question, yeah, it's humans doing it, but there is a mental illness that's taking place that may be coupled with kind of like a divine hand to allow it to happen.
With that, I agree with you 100%. Yeah.
So I just feel as though there's that. Another thing that popped in my mind, maybe it's not some sort of divine retribution, but maybe it's set on fire on purpose, because what's Trump represent? Drill baby drill. He's not for climate change. He's for energy domination. So if you have fires that are continuous throughout the year, the climate change crowd is going to keep on demonizing the Trump administration. So I suspect that we're going to have more fires in California, not less. Now, what's interesting is that where's Nancy Pelosi in all this? I haven't seen her say anything. I mean, doesn't she care? Yeah, doesn't she care? I mean, where does she live? I mean, where's her vineyard?
I think vineyard. Well, I know she has a house in San Francisco.
She has a vineyard. I thought she had a house and a vineyard.
I'm sure she has more than one house. Yeah, that would make sense. And
well, I mean, people say that she has a refrigerator. It's $30,000. So I mean,
yeah, I think she's related to Gavin Newsom, by the way. Gavin Newsom. But Trump. There's a few tweets of Trump, and I think one or more videos of Trump calling out Newsom for all the unnecessary fires. That's because the forests aren't managed. It's because the water. He doesn't allow, because basically there's this little supposedly endangered fish called the Delta smelt, SMELT, and basically because of that, they're taking all this water and they're not letting it go to like farms or whatever, and they're sending
why don't
it
they
off.
just move the Delta smelt somewhere else?
It's this retarded environmental thing.
I'll tell you,
Apparently it's not even helping the Delta smelt. Apparently it's not. But they have these groups, these NGOs that are getting all this money.
This is a perfect example that social engineering doesn't work because of negative feedback loops. It's you see it with monetary policy, you see it in governance, and now you're seeing it in the environmental community. They're trying to fight something that's natural. Yeah. Nature has morphed, right, over time, right? It's carved the landscape with changing waterways and all this stuff. Things change. It's a very dynamic system. It's not static. So why do we assume that that we should have some sort of climate policy to revert back to what it was like in the 1950s when nature has always changed?
Exactly.
So it's just, you can repopulate, a fishery in another place. The Delta smelt doesn't care if it's in, Sector 5 versus Sector 10. It just doesn't, to me, environmentalists, maybe many of them have a good heart, and their heart's in the right place, but their policies suck. The implementation sucks. But there's an awful lot of these types in New York. Very pro climate types, and all the time. It's just like they try to do something that they think is beneficial, and it ends up being more costly, and it doesn't do much. Like, think about it. They want to reduce our carbon emissions and have people retrofit their homes or change their cars and change the society that costs lots of money to do, and money that people don't have. So it's inflationary. It doesn't. It puts people more in debt. All right. And all of a sudden, a volcano goes off, and all that carbon emission savings that you may have done in 10 years is blown up in the atmosphere by a volcano in 5 minutes. So what's the point of doing the carbon sequestration or the carbon reduction when nature, when it belches, it's like 10 years or 20 years of carbon emissions. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't, and we're not going to stop a volcano.
Right.
So it's the whole premise is just wrong.
Well, it's kind of like during that thing during 2020, 2019, when they put in all these rules that didn't make sense, that's what's going on. And it's I don't know if it's a control thing, but Paul, let me tell you how incompetent these people are. So I've been in a lot of emergency operations centers. Mm-hmm. So this is in every county, at least in California, in every county, like the county will have an emergency operations center. Well, I don't know every county, but they'll have an emergency operations center. And in New York, I'm sure the cities, and this is a common thing across the United States. So if there's a tornado, a hurricane, a fire, or a terrorist attack, they manage it from one location. Mm-hmm. Well, tell you what happened in Santa Barbara County.
And they're tied to FEMA, right? You have a local. What? You have your local. Yeah. That would be a local management center, and then they're tied to FEMA.
Yeah. And they tie in. So, like, if a disaster happens, FEMA will come in and, like, interface with that emergency operations center. So that'll be like the hub. Right. But then you'll also have, if you're curious how this stuff works, you'll also have, like, an operations center for fire and police. So they have these different kind of an on-the-ground. So the emergency operations center will be more high-level, and then you'll have, like, department operation centers where they'll, like, manage their own fire people and their own police, but they'll also have, like, a police person in the the big emergency operations center. So this is kind of how they do it, and they run under, like, FEMA rules, kind of, or FEMA guidelines. Well, anyway, I'm aware of this story in Santa Barbara County. Well, here's what happened. Just like it's happening now, the fires blew through Santa Barbara County. I forgot what year it was. Well, anyway, like, blew through, and just the mountains were all on fire, and it was just apocalyptic, okay? Mm-hmm. Just crazy. Well, because a lot of rich people live there, they brought in like 7,000 firefighters from around the nation just to fight the fire, okay? It's that big. Mm-hmm. Okay, actually spanned at least 2 counties. I think it spanned 3 counties. Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County. But, the fire blew. It was very windy, and the fire blew across the mountain range. But anyway, the point is the people were, the sheriff in Santa Barbara County was, he kept evacuating these people for the fire. So all these rich people, so just like Pacific Palisades and Malibu, like happening now, similar situation. Well, the fire wasn't that fast, and so, but it was still pretty fast, and so they were, so they made these people leave these rich people leave their homes for a week or 2 weeks or even more, for weeks, I think. And, well, so the people were sick of being, evacuated. Well, what happens is the way these fires work is normally the hillsides are protected. When the rain comes, the hillsides, the mud is held in by all the weeds and the trees and everything. But when it all gets burnt, when the water comes, it turns, especially those really hot fires when they don't manage the forest, and the hillside just the fire just blows up everything because the brush isn't dealt with. So the fire, it's so hot that it melts like the top layer of dirt or whatever, and so it becomes like a wax. And so when the rain comes down, it turns into like a mudslide.
Right.
What's called a debris flow. Not a mudslide is when the actual side of the hill like falls down and buries houses. A debris flow is more like the water rushes down these hills, is not stopped by any plants or anything, and is rushing down this waxy substance, and then it goes towards its normal course, so the low parts of the hills. But then all those low parts of the mountains, they have to go, they keep going down towards the ocean. Well, who lives in the way of all those, who lives along the creeks and stuff? People have houses along those creeks and along the waterways, these small waterways. Well, the water is rushing down. So what happened was, right before this debris flow happened in Santa Barbara County, they knew there was a warning from the National Weather Service that, hey, this is going to be a really bad storm. And I watched that press conference ahead of time, and I could see that the supervisor was really nervous. Like, he was like, please, people, this is not a joke. Make sure you evacuate. Well, the sheriff decided, I'm just telling you how the incompetence that you're dealing with in these counties and these cities. The sheriff decided that he's just going to evacuate. He drew a line along a road, and he said, so the mountain, say, goes from the top to the bottom. Well, he drew a line in the middle and said he's only going to evacuate, like mandatory evacuation for the people above this line in the road, above this, basically halfway down the mountain. Well, the water doesn't stop at halfway down the mountain. The water rushes complete going down the mountain all the way till the ocean, because the ocean's really close.
Right.
So, well, like 20-something people died because the damn sheriff didn't evacuate, because he said it was an optional evacuation halfway down the mountain. Well, those people that lived along the thing, they got their houses washed away in the middle of the night at like 4 a.m.
Wow.
So like 20-something people died, and when it came out to when they tried to inquire about, they tried to do public information requests on documents, how come it wasn't correctly decided, the evacuation was, it's like you have a sheriff who's not talking with the weather people that tell them hey, the water runs down, it doesn't stop halfway down the mountain. And actually the people that were killed weren't probably the people that were halfway up the mountain. It was the people where all the water accumulates on the bottom.
Right. So it's the downstream effects that were the worst.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is why I kept on saying that in the after. I got to be careful with the way I say it because of the censorship. Yeah. But the aftershock of the crisis.
Yeah.
People need to pay attention to, because it is a real thing, and this is it's similar to what you're describing with the waxy surface of the soil, causing a flood or a flow channel. But downstream effects.
Right.
If you paid attention to how society was reacting to the crisis in 2020, they were all about what the death rates were, the actual deaths. They were all focused on deaths. But what about the pulmonary fibrosis? What about the COPD afterwards?
Like all the people falling down and
what about syncope, and what about turbo cancer, and all these things that are all downstream aftershock effects that actually in the numbers are higher than the actual ones that died. And that's why I was saying that you have acute effects and you have a latent effect. And the latent effects are sometimes worse than the acute. But because people's mindset is, what's the crisis right now? They only focus on the acute. So leadership fails because they focus only on the acute, and people listening to leadership fail because they're only focused on the acute.
Yeah, and what happened was those people on the lower half of the mountain, they don't know any better. They don't know that the sheriff is corrupt or that that the government's incompetent. So they just listen to the sheriff, and the sheriff says, "Oh, you don't. It's an optional evacuation."
Well, I think people in general need to just take the assumption that anyone in government is incompetent.
Well, I worked in the CEO's office of a county, and what I saw, like I was part of some really high level meetings where decisions were made. I couldn't believe how haphazard decisions were made, literally about the stupidest reason. In other words,
You see the same thing in corporate, in corporate board and committee meetings. It's the same thing.
kidding.
How stupid people are.
I was like, wait, that. I'm thinking to myself now. I was low level, so I couldn't like really speak up in this meeting. But I was like, man, that little problem that you're referring to could so easily be fixed. And if we do that, it'll be so good for the community. But they're so petty, like, and they're so like, oh, I want to get reelected. Like, they don't care, and they're so incompetent. Like I'm really good at research, and so I was like, I could bring all this research to this county, and like, I was working in the CEO's office. It was very small, just, like very few of us. And to give an example, like I was tasked by the head of the budget, for the whole county to do some research. When I do research, my motto is I read everything and talk to everyone who would know like the answers to come up with the best answer. But when I was going to do that, he didn't want me to contact these other counties to figure out how they do it because he was worried I would embarrass. I don't know. So instead, he was having me look at like budget books from the counties to compare our county to them. But I was like, I need to call them because our budget books aren't matching the way they're doing their budget. And it ended up happening. They went and the stupid guy, he went and he did a presentation before the board of supervisors. I was just standing in the back watching. First thing after the presentation, the first supervisor talks up and says, hey, this doesn't look like it matches. He shut down the whole damn thing. So he had me spend all this time wasting my time, instead of doing proper research. This is what I was dealing with, I quit because they took a guy like me and they wanted me to march like a stupid soldier like the rest of these idiots.
You'd be surprised though, it's in corporate too. Corporate world, high up in the corporate world is very similar. Because what it is it's about making sure that they climb up the ladder or they get their bonus package or whatever.
Yeah, truly sick. But I think that's what we're watching in LA right now is you have a lot of incompetence, ladder climbers, people that just trust their government, that don't know that the government is not telling them the right information or telling them the truth or, leveling with them. And so they're getting effed, So.
It's a big thing, and then there was, there's some issues that are going on in China. I don't want to bring up why in this video, but
I think I know what you're referring to.
And that's certain. And then there's stuff happening in India. There was a case that happened in France that's coming from the Congo. They were contact traced to individuals from the Congo. So there's some things that are starting to build up.
By the way,
go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't. One other thing about France, people say, oh, all the Muslims and they're burning cars or they're rioting in France, over the years. I don't know if you've seen any news stories about that. I was in France. I lived there in 98, 2000. They were a problem then. They were burned. They were freaking nuts then. They were running wild then. It was crazy.
You remember Paul Watson from InfoWars? Yeah. All right. He did years ago, before the crisis in 2020, he did years ago a video where he was there on vacation with his fiance, I think it was at the time, and he was talking about just the crime that was going on in Paris. It was just, and it's the battle of civilizations between the Western world and the Islamic Caliphate. I mean, France probably will fall to the Muslims. That's probably what will happen.
Paul, back in like when I was there in 98, 2000, they Jewish institutions had to have police outside with like machine guns and stuff, because the Muslims, and
was this before or after that terrorist attack wasn't it at a grocery store?
Well,
This was around the same time
oh,
that
this is when
Charlie Hebdo issue.
No, this was way before. This was like 98. What I'm talking about is 98. You're talking about like way post 9/11.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was definitely post 9/11.
Yeah. No, Paul, like, you know, the Jews that walk around with like the black hats and the kippas and stuff, those people would get beat up by the Arabs on the like subways and stuff. Yeah, this is back then. And, you know, they would be called like sale juif, which means like dirty Jew, and in French. And yeah, I mean, actually what happened is a lot of those Jews, and so what happened is a lot of those Muslims came over from those Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco to France. But the interesting, there used to be a lot of, I don't know how much there are now, but there used to be a lot of Jews in those countries as well. Well, those Jews, they come over without money too. So the Arabs and the Jews came over, and they would live in these ghettos in France. Like these, by ghettos, I mean they're like government housing. So they would constantly fight the Jews and the Arabs in those ghettos. You know, these like Sephardic Jews and yeah.
Right. I mean, you know, to save France, someone is going to have to rise up and be Charlemagne.
Yeah.
France is not stable at all. France, I've never been to France. I've always had a desire to go to France, and you know, I just never did, and you know, now I probably never will. But I was fascinated. I was fascinated to see the opening Notre Dame, and that was, you know, that was really kind of neat to see how they renovated that whole building. But you know, I think that France is really the French people in general, and France as a country is falling. It's dying. It's not growing. It's dying.
Yeah. I would have loved to have gone and seen the cathedral like you mentioned. And but I used to go into France. So I lived on the outskirts of Paris. By the way, let me just say, I laughed when you were saying about you had never gone to France. I was laughing because I hated Paris.
Really?
You might survive in Paris because like it's tough. Maybe it's like kind of, you know, it's like a tough city. You know, it's a city. I wouldn't say it's as tough as New York, but it's like, you know, with people are straightforward and like you said, people sense BS. But you know, every city is tough in its own way. You know, but like LA is tough, even though they're like fake. So it's somewhat still tough. Now, every Friday I would go into Paris. Okay, most of the Fridays I'd come back with shit on my shoe because they have all these dogs in Paris, meaning people had dogs, but they'd shit on the sidewalk and they wouldn't clean it up.
I mean, that's just a social norm?
Yeah, I guess, like, you know, here...
That's crazy. I mean, even in New York, people pick up their dog crap.
Yeah, because I think, you know, in America, like, you know, you'll get a ticket. Right. But there, I guess they don't prosecute them. You know, they don't get a ticket.
But I mean, just, you know, it's just common decency. If everyone picked it up, no one would have poop on their shoe.
It's crazy. It was the biggest pain in the butt because I mean,
they must have spent a lot of money cleaning up Paris for the Olympics.
Yeah.
I mean, they must have spent a lot of money to do that because, and the water was still polluted. Even for the games, I mean, they were testing the water, and they had to postpone some events because of the water was too polluted.
That river always looked disgusting to me. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I mean, if they're not, I mean, think about this: the downstream effects. We were talking about downstream effects.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Think about this: if they're not willing to pick up dog poop off of the street, what do you think what do you think really is flowing into that river?
All that dog poop.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot. I mean, in the human, you know, feces, and I'm sure just another place that sounds cool to go to, but you know, it's not really. I was in Venice, but I didn't like Venice. It's a garbage dump. It's a total garbage dump.
How long ago were you in Venice? Because I was there
that was
many years
around want to say 2016, 2015.
Okay, so you saw it a lot. I saw it more like around, like 98, 2000. So that I would believe that it's probably gotten a lot worse than when I was
The
there.
graffiti was all over the place. And
Oh my gosh, that wasn't like that when I was there.
Oh no, there was a lot of graffiti.
Did it smell? Was it just the water that smelled, or just the...
No, it just, well, I mean, because the water's smelling, it just in the alleys in Venice. If you're walking in a mall area where there's a lot of space in between the different buildings, then it's not that smelly. But if you're walking in an alley, it's Stenchville. I mean, it's the great stink of London. I mean, seriously. I mean, the place it's literally a toilet bowl.
Did you make it to Florence?
No.
But, I never made, I was with the camp when I was there, and mostly when I was in Venice and Florence. But, so we didn't go into these museums, but apparently the architecture, at least from the outside, a lot of this was really beautiful. Some of those ancient, I guess, Renaissance, architecture, and just beautiful. But
I was in Treviso and I was in Venice, and it's just, it was. I was doing some economic lectures during a conference, and we were lecturing at one of the universities in Venice, that famous university, the oldest one there, and then also in Treviso. But and this was when Draghi was having all the bond issues, because this is like they were having problems in Italy with their financial markets. And so a lot of people were laid off, they had a lot of economic problems, and so the crime and the graffiti and all this stuff came out,
Yeah, I remember, it's reminding me, I was in Italy before when it was still the Italian lira. Yeah.
No, this was euro. This is the euro.
Yeah.
Their bond markets were really in upheaval because they were still feeling the aftershock from Lehman.
Yeah, but I was watching. I saw Cernovich this morning on X was saying that I guess he was predicting some time ago that we're going to see not civil war, but like just breakdown from incompetence, and it seems as that's what we're in, and just across the board incompetence from the top all the way down. Federal government to the local. We were seeing, like you heard out of North Carolina, the local fire department stopping people from coming in and helping because they had some stupid contract where they had a way to make money and they didn't want, where they had personal gain, And so it's just...
This is the reason why during the crisis I said, don't trust the government, just trust your neighbor.
Wow.
Just help your neighbor and everything will be okay. And at that time, during that first wave, and this was when I was filming in February of 2020. I was telling people that when the wave hits, there are going to be elderly people that are scared and that can't get food or they can't go out, to get medicine or whatever, and you just have to help your neighbor because the government isn't going to be there for you. But what happened? My observation, what happened, at least in New York, wasn't that there were that many people willing to help their neighbor. What it was is it became just, all for oneself. It was what I noticed was a very egotistic society.
Mm-hmm. Well, Paul, one thing I got involved in before, I said I was going to do a, what's it called, a Substack post on like how people can get prepared.
Yeah.
But just a little, I'll just tease this a little, just to give an idea. I was doing this, I started doing this maybe in 2000 and let's see, 2016, I started getting involved with this stuff. So what people don't realize, here's a funny thing, Paul, so FEMA, on their website, they have like 150 or something free classes on their website. And you get like a certificate after you take the class. Well, right at the beginning of the pandemic, I took their class on pandemics. one of the things they mentioned, this was in the beginning of it, they said that there could be riots. And I was like, how does a pandemic become a riot? I never understood. And then when riots happened, I was like, God damn it, that thing was right. So my point is, you know, I've done a lot of this stuff, like the way I'm mentioning a lot of this stuff to you, like, oh, I've been in emergency operations centers. I'm aware a lot of this stuff is because I was prepping a lot for what we're seeing now. So I'll mention a few things like how people can get prepped, just an overview, and then I'll do a deep dive in a Substack. But just to give you an idea of some things, what happens is the federal government puts on a ton of like free classes, both in person, online, virtual, meaning you sit in a virtual class. It's like it's synchronous. You're sitting kind of a webinar, and then they also have like classes, in-person classes, and then they even have in-person classes across the country, which they'll pay for your flight, your rental car, per diem for food or whatever. Like you're totally covered. The only thing's not covered is your like salary, you know, what you would normally make during that time. But they'll pay for you to fly across the country for these 5-day classes where you could do everything from bioterrorism, how to deal with that, how to deal with nuclear radiological incidents, how to deal with UAVs, bombs, suicide bombs. It's endless. And they're dying for people to go take a lot of these classes. They don't have enough people, like they want more people to take them. And there's a ton of money from the federal government to do this. Well, the way you take those classes is you need to like volunteer for something. You basically, you don't have to go be a fireman. If you're a fireman or you're a policeman, you get all the stuff for free as well. But the way to do it as a civilian, if you don't want to like become a paid fireman or, you know, anything like that, which I'm not, then what you do is you join like a volunteer organization at the lowest level. And then you just need like the sign off of your supervisor, which doesn't cost them any money. It's just their like supervisorial sign off. And you use your ID for that organization and your like official email address. And then you get to take all these classes. So to give people ideas, like if you volunteer for a police department, a sheriff's department, you go volunteer for like emergency, like in New York, you know, they have that like volunteer EMTs. You do, they even have in LA, I was looking at this, they have wildland fire crews. So like wildland fire, meaning like the fires that are occurring now that occur in the wild land, in the forest. You also have things like the Civil Air Patrol, the Coast Guard Auxiliary. You have ham radio volunteer organizations. You have, so Paul, you're seeing what I'm saying? This is how I know all this stuff, is because I'm part of like a volunteer thing. And then that opens up all these doors to get all this training. Mm-hmm. Does that making sense?
Yeah. Like, the thing is that people get the training, you know, some people get the training, but the thing is the overall population is very egotistic. When they hear that there's going to be a pandemic, what do? They don't go and boost up their immune system. They go buy toilet paper.
They go wait in line at Costco.
Yeah, you know, they go to you know, I mean, they just do everything about the people in a group, especially when it is that's stressed, a group that's in a stress mode. Yeah. Intelligence levels go to the lowest common denominator. So whoever the intelligence level of that group, whoever's the lowest, that's where that whole group goes to. It doesn't elevate in intelligence. It goes down in intelligence. And it's just everyone has this only for me attitude, and I warn people on that there's going to be ramifications, even if someone doesn't believe that there's a divine power. If someone believes that there's not a divine power, and they act egotistically, the society won't reach what is called Nash equilibrium and move through the crisis safely. And so there's going to be they just make it worse, even though they're just focused on themselves. Now, if someone does believe in some sort of divine, you know, if you're not helping your neighbor, right? Then you're doing something that is just antithetical to the principles of religious doctrine. And so there has to be some sort of retribution to that. So I just feel that because people were so self-centered in most cases, there's going to be an aftershock, a retribution, that's either because of a natural phenomenon of social dynamics or because of the divine retribution. Because I don't believe that the majority of the people during the crisis in the United States, or even in the world, but let's just focus on the United States, during the crisis of COVID, that people deserved to be safe, to be saved from the crisis because of the way they acted during the crisis. You know, I mean, let's say people die. Let's just say, you know, someone dies right now, and they go to the pearly gates, and then they say, well, how did you help people during the crisis? Were you self-centered, or did you try to help? And I would say the majority of the people in the American society did not help. They were only self-centered. So the question then comes up, do they deserve to live? Do people, I mean, it's a really big, fundamental, philosophical question.
Yeah.
You know, so when you have people in LA that are saying, "Oh my God, help me, God," you know, everything. They're in a ball of fire, right? And they're losing their home and all this stuff.
You see them on Twitter,
Yeah, you know, and I feel for them. I wish they weren't in that in that situation, but when you look at the aggregate of the society, if someone asked, does the society deserve a blessing or deserve help? I would say that in most cases, the answer would be no, because of the way people are. People are not helpful people. People are self-centered. People are mean. People are, you know, in general, you know, it's a minority of the population that are, quote, good people. The majority of the people in the population are self-centered, and there is a subset within the self-centered that are evil. Not everybody's evil.
Yeah.
But a far majority of the people are self-centered and don't deserve blessing.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm watching, like I saw on Twitter, somebody posted, "Hey, does anybody know of any private firemen? I'll pay anything for him to come basically and protect his house up in the hills." And it's like these people. I'm not saying that particular person, but a lot of these, you know, these celebrities, they were leftists, you know, they voted for this, you know, and like they're against us, and they don't see, you know, how do I say this? They don't see the truth. They don't know the truth of like how these things are really working, and so, you know, then it's like, oh, my life is great, and then they're saying their life is like, they're thinking to themselves, oh, my life is great, I'm on TV, and I'm at Nobu, I'm at like this fancy restaurant, that fancy restaurant, and my pictures are taken by this paparazzi and that paparazzi, and then their house burns down, and then they're like, God, you know, they're like, God damn it, you know, and it's like, dude, where were you this whole time?
Exactly. I mean, so there's a lot, you know, so there's people need to start realizing that a lifelong of certain types of behavior, either good or bad, in the aggregate, will lead to either blessing or curse. You know? There are, you know, there are things. It gets complicated though, and you know, and even Moses had these questions. You know, it gets complicated because, you know, bad things happen to bad people, and people could understand that. Good things happen to good people. People can understand that. But when it's the inverse, when bad things happen to good people and good things happen to bad people, then it gets a little bit more complicated, and trying to justify how that works. You know, in the short term, there's an awful lot of people, especially in that area that caught on fire. There's an awful lot of people in those communities, not everybody, but an awful lot that are celebrities that are bad people and they seem to be blessed. So, with money and fame and all this, and then all of a sudden something happens. So maybe this is some sort of retribution of the lifestyle that they have. Because many of these people, many people within these communities, in Hollywood, they're abominable. They don't follow biblical principles. They're antithetical to them. So if there is a divine that issues retribution, then they shouldn't be surprised that they lose everything. They shouldn't be surprised that something bad happens to them.
A lot of times things like this are wake-up calls. Well, I wouldn't say for everyone or even maybe for a lot of people, but maybe a very small amount, maybe, or a lot of them, I don't really know, but sometimes these things are wake-up calls for people to relook at the way they're structuring their life. And,
Well, when someone is wise or trying to, or has the antenna to be wise, they start realizing, what? Oh, maybe their life is going in the wrong direction and they need to self-correct. Okay, that's repentance. That's like going, okay, how do I become a better person? And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. When someone reaches that point and they're moving in the right direction. But there are an awful lot of people that they feel as though it's their God-given right to tell everybody else on how to live. And they're making loads of money. They're tied to the movie industry, and and then something bad happens, and then I go, why me? And so Hitchens had a great phrase on this. All right.
Hitchens?
Yeah, Hitchens.
I love Hitchens.
Christopher Hitchens.
Amazing.
So he gets esophageal cancer. All right, it ran in the family. He was a smoker and a drinker, and those are risk factors, and blah blah blah. So he gets cancer. He's in his 60s. I think he died at 65, maybe 64, something like that. And so he gets esophageal cancer. It's stage 4, and there's no cure. He's basically dying. All right, and he writes his last book. I think it's called I think it's called Mortality. I think it's the name of the book. I've read it, but he never really finishes the book. He dies before he finishes the book. But basically,
he's like documenting his death.
Yeah. So he basically has this phrase, and he said, most people when they get cancer they go, why me? And the reality is that why not you? Because everyone can get cancer. Why do you think you're so special that you don't get cancer?
Yeah.
So many people look when they're in that type of situation. Most people look in an egotistic framework.
Did you see? So George Webb. So Peter Duke lives up in the Pacific Palisades. I don't know how
I think so.
And
he evacuated. He evacuated.
Yeah, and George was up north, I guess, in Northern California, looking into that AI guy that apparently got killed, but the police say killed himself. That whistleblower. So George, I think, came down to Southern California to help. I'm laughing because I love George. How he'll fly anywhere. He flies wherever the action is. George is great. I don't know. I love his.
Well, I mean, he's definitely, he's a gumshoe kind of journalist.
Yeah. What do you call? One last thing about the emergency preparedness. By the way, so all that training, so I have like a go bag, and I always am thinking about what can I do more to prepare. And preparing is also knowledge. Preparing is, it's not just like, oh, do I have the right equipment? But as time goes along, a lot of times I try to make the prep equipment cross over with stuff I would use anyway. So it's not really, And then, but one of the things I got into was ham radio. Now, when you think of ham radio, you think of those old guys and they're, they've got their big machines in their room and they're calling across the country. And so this is nothing like that. So this is more ham radio for emergencies. And what you do is you just get a handheld radio that looks like a police radio or fire radio. It looks the same. And basically, you don't even need the license. But the idea is it's more like a scanner. or you buy a scanner. But the thing is what I did was, and I haven't updated it where I am now, but in the one area I was, you have it set to all like the fire and police channels and everything. And so whenever something happens, you just turn it on and you could, the ham radio guys, those guys, in my experience where I was once when there was a fire, big fire, these guys knew more than the news. They knew more than anyone of like up to date what was going on. And they ended up just posting on their Twitter, so they would have the ham radio traffic going. And people would just comment and say, oh, I'm in this location, this is what I'm seeing. And so they have this great network of, on the ground people. And then, but they were just taking all that traffic and also besides it being on the radio, they would then post it on Twitter. So they had the absolutely most up to date. And so I think I just think ham radio is a great thing to have, or a scanner or something, with it set to your area's, channels, preset it, so that you can, listen in, and you'll know. That's how you get like the best info of what's going on. And
But the ham radio is battery operated?
Yeah, like battery. I have, so like the radio that I have, it comes with like a rechargeable, battery. Mm-hmm. But you also, I bought this separately in case of emergencies. You could buy a different battery that you put it also slides in, but it takes like AA or AAA batteries. So you could both recharge it, or you could use AA or AAA. I forgot, So it would work in both.
So what's the battery life? How many hours or days? So if you're out, out of power, I mean, how long is how long is the ham radio going to work?
I used to take the ham radio with me on hikes, because I go into like the backcountry where cell phones didn't work. And so I was like, hopefully if like something happens to me, I could still get somebody on the radio, I think these things really last a long time. But if you think about a radio, most of the time for an emergency, you're really using the radio not really to talk to people. And so I assume that like if you're talking back and forth, that would waste more battery. If you're and most of this radio stuff, you're not really talking. And also, if you're in an emergency, I don't know that you really need to leave it on the whole time, unless you're like, my guess is it would last quite a while. Like if I had a radio on and I left it on just, where I had it just, changing channels, you have it automatically like scrolling channels. My guess, but I could be wrong, is it would last like a day, a day of like an 8 hour,
Mm-hmm.
But I could be wrong on that. I think these things last a long time. I don't think it's, so I think you would need, extra batteries and all that, but, like my thought, so my thought was more like, I'll have it for like, maybe it could last me for 3 days. Like I'll have enough batteries and charge to last 3 days. And then beyond that, hopefully I can find something, Right. So, I mean, I have a lot of extra batteries and stuff, but like, I don't have a lot in my go bag. I have maybe just a couple extra, maybe 1 or 2 sets of batteries for that radio. And then, so the other interesting thing was, years ago I took a class, and that's another thing you can do is, they have these fusion centers, these intelligence fusion centers around the United States. There's like 70 of them. And a lot of times what they do is they fuse the intelligence of like the federal government, state. It's more state, local. So like LA County will have like, LA actually has one that covers like 5 counties. So like all their sheriff departments, all the police departments, all the fire departments, all EMS, all emergency management, they'll all have like, I don't know if they'll all have, but they could all have representatives in these fusion centers where like they fuse in all the information and intelligence from all these different organizations in one place. Well, a lot of those fusion centers will put on free classes. And that's another thing, is like when you get involved and you volunteer for these organizations, like I mentioned, you get an IT card, you get an email address, then you could go and take these free classes. Well, one of the classes I took was on the threats to like power stations. and like sabotage to power stations. And what happens is and I think we're going to see this a lot more, is those powers, you drive around and you see like these like transfer power stations where they have these like kind of like boxes and like these big metal machine like covered, but there's only like a fence around them or something. Well, somebody could go and like shoot those boxes and like break, ruin the power for a whole city, or something. It's crazy. And so the government knows that these are big dangers, and we've seen incidents, since I've taken the class, but I just think that's one of the things to watch out for. I bring it up to give the people an example of something like, hey, these are the kind of things you learn. You take a class and they teach you about like what's gone on in the past, teach you about like what the threats are. And so like, so that's one of the things we could see from like terrorists is like if they want to like take the power out of a big, they did an attack like this up in Northern California to Silicon Valley. They cut like the big cables, those big like undersea cable, those big cables that bring all the internet traffic or whatever. So they cut those cables at the same time that they cut the power on this one. They almost like cut off the power for the whole Silicon Valley on this one attack. They're not sure who did the attack, but they know it was professional, like special forces type or something. So they think maybe it was foreign country or something. They're not sure, but maybe doing like a dry run, But anyway, so.
Well, even during the Olympics in France, when they had the train issue and those individuals were cutting the power line to it.
Here's another class I took once. I took a class on, it was like a surveillance detection class. It was like, this was in private. I've done it, like you paid to go take the class. But it's sort of like if you're driving, you're protecting somebody, like bodyguarding, and then you're trying to detect if you're being followed, okay, things like that. Well, one of the things is they gave us documents of the left, like documents on like the left, and the left, I didn't realize this. These guys, for years, they talk about like they have manuals on how to sabotage like train tracks, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that stuff too if things go wrong, whether it's, we're facing multiple threats. It's not only the threat of terrorism, it's the threat of the left, derailing trains, shooting up power station, the left is crazy. The domestic.
Well, with all these people, just to switch back to what's going on in California, there's an awful lot of people that are going to have some respiratory issues because of all the dust and particulates in the air.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad there. 10,000 acres have been burned down.
Paul, you wouldn't believe how bad it is. Like, let me tell you. So I was living in an area for a time, and all the mountains were on fire. So, but it was so bad that, the N95, so I was wearing like an N95 mask.
Yeah.
That didn't help at all.
Right.
I ended up needing to buy a P100 mask, so when they say N95, that means it gets rid of like 95% of certain particles. And then the P100 is 100. So the P100 is more like those, the guys that spray the paint, in the house, and they wear like,
They're more like a respirator. They're more like a respirator.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this one is more like, it covers the whole nose and mouth with like a rubber, like more of a permanent thing. And then on the side, it has these changeable, like filters. Yeah. So when I was wearing that, it felt like I was breathing in a beautiful like pine forest. Like it was so crazy how well it worked. Like it felt like there was no.
How often did you have to filter out how often you had to change the filter?
Well, I ended up getting out of town quicker than that because what happens is when you're wearing that thing, it's a lot more difficult to breathe. It's like every breath is forced because you're forcing it through the filter. So it just was so uncomfortable to wear it, And I was getting these like bad headaches, from when I would wear the N95 mask or just like splitting. And I never get headaches.
Now you want to hear something wacky?
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully you're sitting down for this.
I am.
All right. most of the bird flu cases that are happening on the farm, the cattle farms, are coming from California. So people are going to have a distressed pulmonary system because of the fires. And when I was in New York, you know, during that fire, remember I did that video where in New York the fires were from California and they were blowing in?
Yeah, it was really bad in New York.
Right, right. But that fire was hundreds of miles away.
Yeah.
And it was bad. I mean, you couldn't breathe. And it looked like the apocalypse in New York, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so you have, and so that was bad. And people couldn't be outside. It would hurt your eyes, and it was, you could feel it in your throat, and it was bad.
Yeah.
But that was hundreds of miles away. For something that is just feet away, you know, or even just a mile away, the breathing issues that they're going to have are just phenomenal. So okay, so you have a big part of California that's going to have, they're breathing in, even if you're outside of LA, all right? There's going to be a big part of California that's going to be breathing in particulate matter and causing problems in their pulmonary system and irritation. And that irritation, from what I remember in New York at that time, was, you know, like that irritation lasted for 5 days.
Oh, yeah.
So, and that was hundreds of miles away. So, all right. So what these individuals in California are experiencing is a lot worse than what New York experienced. All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So you have so you have bird flu on the farm, on the cattle farms, right? All right. And then now you have lots of people that have irritation in their pulmonary system. That's going to probably last for weeks.
Oh, interesting.
As you're getting into the spring season. So what's going to happen is it sets in motion the probability of contracting H5N1 more. Because if you have a weakened pulmonary system, you get it's more prevalent. You could there's a higher probability of contracting it.
I could see that.
So this is another downstream emergent behavior of a catastrophe that no one's thinking about. But for sure, majority of the bulk of the cases of the 65, 66, or whatever number they're at now, 67 cases, about 35 of them or more are from California.
You might be you're right, I think I'm the only one that's saying this, and it would be crazy if this turns out to be correct.
Well, you know, I hope I'm wrong, but you know, I'm telling you, there is a problem there. People get sick more often if they have pulmonary problems. That's a fact.
Would it be metaphorically like if you're walking down the street, you fall and you scrape your knee? Now your knee is, and you scrape it, and so now it's more prone to like infection.
Infection, right? That's like a Staph aureus infection. Yeah.
Yeah. But Paul, it was so bad where I was that it was around like December, Christmas time. Well, the streets were empty because a lot of people just evacuated, you know, because it was so bad, breathing it was so bad. But it was like a winter Christmas because it was raining. I swear to you, Paul, this was what it was like when the wind was blowing in the direction that I was. It was so bad. It was a winter Christmas because it was raining ash.
Mm-hmm.
And this wasn't like right by the mountains. This was where the city was, like where the town was, the city town. And so the streets of the town were, you know, so let's say the fire was a couple miles away, but or a bunch of miles away, but the big pieces of ash, we're talking about like inch wide, half inch wide, big pieces. So it was a winter summer, you know, it was a winter wonderland. That's how bad it was.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, in California has never really controlled its wildfires. I mean, it's been raging for years.
Yeah.
So, all right, so now think about all of the carbon that's being burned up into the atmosphere. All of the EV savings for carbon emissions every year is being just pumped into the atmosphere because they have poor, wild, you know, management. forest management. But they'll demonize people for having a gas stove. They'll demonize people that have a Ford pickup truck.
Or those like ancient historic pizza ovens in New York.
Right.
They want to get rid of the coal-fired ovens because it's cold.
Right. It's it's just ultra liberal stupidity. If they really want to reduce the carbon emissions for California, just have better forest management. That's all you got to do. You don't have to change vehicles. You don't have to, have all these emission laws. Just have better forest management. That's it. Because that's where the bulk of the emissions are coming from California. It's not cars. It's the burning of forests. Stupid. It's just the land of the stupid.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the tweets since we've been talking to see if there's any updates. Here's an interesting one. More than 80 fire hydrants were stolen across LA counties, according to deputies.
Why would they steal the fire hydrant?
Probably it's for to sell it for the scrap metal.
Are you serious?
But this is from like June.
That is so Detroit. That's something you would do in Detroit back in the 80s.
Paul, I spent a lot of time in Los Angeles, but I went there like around COVID time. And I mean, the city, there's a lot more rich people and a lot more people have moved in. There's a lot more traffic, but it's just fucked, man. They have it's turning, like you said, it's kind of like become Detroit. It's just like, the nice areas, they're just like holding people up with guns. Like, people don't know, it was so bad, like with Antifa, like when they went around and they were burning like stores and breaking into stores, smashing, the main streets, this didn't make it to the news, but I saw it because I went there and I had seen some of it on Twitter, but it was way worse. They literally smashed like every window along major boulevard, like every single store window, and spray painted everything, and the stores just want to reopen and turn on their, go back to business, so they fix it really quick. So you have to be there really quick to see how bad it was. And so LA has turned into, it's just crazy.
Well, I mean, have that happening in New York. What's happening is that store owners are just fed up with the crime, and they're just packing up and leaving. Or, they just close down the store.
A lot of these students, they're going away from these, woke colleges, and they're going to southern colleges, where it's just more normal. People are just more normal.
Yeah. Hopefully I do think that there's a swing to conservatism. We talked about that before, but hopefully the country moves in the right direction, but it's pretty bad. What's happening in California right now is pretty bad.
Yeah. All right, Paul. Well, I guess we'll catch up again when the stuff goes crazy, but we never know.
Well, that's tomorrow.
All right, Paul.
Stay tuned on January 9th, another episode of a Crazy Train.
Yeah, Paul, we have to count our days. So far, it's been January 1st. Then it's been somebody has to keep track of this.
Yeah.
You got January 6th. January 6th was just, it was a great day.
January
7th. I mean, we got to just, who knows what's coming.
Right. And my understanding is this fire is still burning. So I mean, in the winds, so that they don't have this thing in control. So this could get worse.
It was zero containment.
Yeah, so this thing could get worse. I mean, literally, all of Hollywood could be burned down.
Well, that's what I was worried about. I had some relatives that lived like in one area. They lived right up along a mountainside, and there was a big fire in the mountain. And they told the people below, in other words, just in like suburban type blocks on the floor of the floor, they said get out because we don't know, because once it comes down, it might go all the way to the water. Meaning, it was miles to the water, but it's like just a jump from house to house.
When California says the Valley, what do they mean? Is that San Francisco or is that LA?
No. So what it is like, you know, there's like, this is the way I understand it. You know, there's like the Hollywood Hills.
Yeah.
So on one side of the Hollywood Hills is like Hollywood and Beverly Hills and like down, you know, down whatever, downtown, whatever. On the other side of the Hollywood Hills is the valley.
So wait, so is that the east side or the west side?
North.
North. Okay, north. All right. So the valley is away from this. Away from the fire.
There's another fire in the valley, I believe, Pasadena. You know what happens is these crazy people. You know, another thing I worry about is these like leftist domestic terrorists. Is they could. I wouldn't be surprised a lot of times when we see fires, they could be started by these leftist domestic terrorists because they're like, you know, the same way they break windows, why wouldn't they try to start a fire?
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. The leftists they're trying to fight climate change. So they literally burn down the town to fight climate change.
Yeah.
I just, you know, but I did see some reports about Pasadena having a fire.
Yeah. I don't know if Pasadena technically is the valley. I think it might be. And so, or it's definitely in that, like, towards, like, it might be the valley. So it might be like, you know, Hollywood, the valley, Pasadena. But Pasadena might be in the valley. And,
well, there's a famous rabbi that passed away. I'm not sure how he passed away. He passed away, I think, in his 50s. There was a famous rabbi that was trained with Menachem Schneerson. All right, he was part of that Shlikas kind of stuff. So he set up a bunch of Chabad centers.
Rabbi Brisky. Rabbi Brisky.
Is it Rabbi Brisky? I thought it was Rabbi Brown, something Brown or something. But
maybe that's what I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah, I think maybe you're right. I'd have to look it up. But he died in 2016.
From like health issues?
Yeah. But I'm not sure what it was from. I'm not sure if it was cancer.
He was in the valley.
Yeah. So all right. So maybe it's all right. So but he basically went to California where there were no Orthodox centers, and he basically created them. You know, over the decades. I think he went out there in the 70s.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah.
And he died in 2016, I believe. So my understanding is that 6 of the centers are in the valley, or around the valley.
Well, check this out. There's you know, Cunin. There's a guy named Cunin. One second. There's a guy named Cunin who's in charge of Chabad for. Shut this up. There's a guy named Cunin who's in charge of Chabad for the whole like West Coast, meaning California. I don't know how far, you know how far east or north, but he also controls. But I know he controls California, Cunin, and he has a son, I think, who's the rabbi in Pacific Palisades, where the fire is right now. So,
yeah. So I'd be curious to know if these centers have been burned down from the fire.
In fact, I was going to check. Let me check right now.
My understanding was when the rabbi died in 2016, that he had about 6 or 7 centers in that area.
Oh yeah, there's that makes sense in the valley. That makes sense that there's that many. Let me see, Chabad, Pacific Palisades. Let's see if they have anything on Twitter. It just says Chabad. They successfully evacuated their Torah scrolls. Oh, there's a picture of them. Let's see.
So the centers are at risk of getting burnt down.
Oh yeah, because that synagogue is right where the fire is. So that'd be interesting to see if that thing survives. Because literally, like the way I remember the road, like where a lot of those things, they're right at the foot of the hill, and I think they're right in the path. Let me see. There's one posted an hour ago, and it says, LA rabbis are spent of fires in Pacific Palisades and Pasadena. This is at Chabad on Twitter. As fires burn across LA, rabbis from across California have rallied their communities to support and save lives. Let's see if this one. I'd play it, but you can't really hear it.
This just
Oh,
feels
here it is.
biblical, you know, it's in the mountains, you know, and there's in the valleys, and you know, there's lots of fire, and there is this combination between religious people versus non-religious people. It just feels very, very biblical.
Extremely. Let's see, Chabad. See if this does it. Oh, let's look at Pasadena. Pasadena. There it is. Okay. Let's see. The main sanctuary of Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. Okay, that's not Chabad. Burning on live TV. You know, a lot of times these rabbis, you know, like Chabad, not these rabbis, but Chabad rabbis, a lot of times they have a lot of people to help them, and they're well connected with the government. So a lot of times, I wouldn't be surprised, like, if the Chabad of these different Chabad centers generally get saved, you know, because, you know, they'll have people maybe standing outside, you know. Let me tell you, I was involved with this one house. It was a gigantic mansion. Okay, actually, this guy worked for he made a lot of famous movies. He was a movie producer, I guess is what it's called. Well, he lived basically in the hills, and one of these, like, where the fires come through. Mm-hmm. Well, this is what they did. This is how they managed it. The house itself was built like a fortress, like really thick concrete walls, which probably would help dealing with a fire. But there was standoff between, you know, it was controlled probably what plants got put next to the house, and, you know, make sure the brush is cleared, and, you know. But the other thing they did was they put in a sprinkler system high up in these tall trees, so on the, like, surrounding the property. So this is like a big property. So, like, you know those, like, in the park, they have those sprinklers that go,
right?
Those big water shooters. Well, they put them up in the trees. So, like, and they had a pond, like a man-made pond, that they could run their own water out of for the sprinklers. Oh, and they had fire hoses all around the property. So it was all tied into the pond, so they could fight their own fire, like fight the fire themselves. So if a fire was ever coming through the area, what they would do is they would turn on the sprinkler system and douse the area in water, and I think there were sprinklers on the house too, douse it in water so that it would, like, you know, make it harder for those plants to, like, light on fire and the house to light on fire. And then you would have, like, security in the house and other maintenance, like gardeners in the house. They would go out with the fire hoses that were around the property and be ready to put the fires out. That's sort of how so that's the advanced way of dealing with fires, you know. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, there's, like, I think insurance companies too, like, especially, you know, really wealthy people, they might have, like, a private fire company, like, as part of the insurance policy or something, so that if there's a fire, guys will come out, you know, with their own, like, kind of fire truck. Not a big, like, I haven't seen, like, big fire truck, but more like one of those work pickup trucks. So it has, like, big, like, maybe like a big tank in the work truck. And then, you know, they'll go around and they have, like, these guys are, like, professional, like, they're maybe retired firemen or whatever. They've been trained as firemen, but they're, like, private. And they have, like, you know, the fire clothing, and they go in and they'll just protect, you know, a house. That's how it works, you know. Right. These wealthy people, you know.
Well, I mean, if you're wealthy, you're well connected.
Yeah.
And you can afford, you know, Fortress Xanadu.
Well, the place where I was involved in was literally, a fortress, you know, 24-hour security, you know, the sensors and cameras everywhere around the whole property, and, you know, it was actual.
Well, you know, the way I see this is that the wind blows from west to east. And, you know, we're seeing the beginning of the year, and it's happening in California, and this thing's going to move, this carnage is going to move across the country.
Well, if you think of biblically what we're seeing now, we should only expect this to just really just become worse and worse.
Yeah.
Like more of this.
All right. So it starts. It starts. Yeah. You know, on the 7th of January, that this you know, fire in California. It's the West Coast across the country, and there's going to be more carnage that gets worse and worse as it gets closer and closer to New York. And this may play into this whole feel that I have of like this new 9/11, this like 2025 9/11 thing. And I'm wondering if to close out the carnage, it has to be in the East Coast. Now, it doesn't mean New York. It could be maybe Washington, D.C. That's East Coast. You know, but it could be, you know, it could be something else. But it seems to me that the bookend of this activity that we're feeling about California is going to be, there's a bookend that's dealing with the East Coast.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I'm going to tell you a crazy. Well, yeah, I think biblically, well, it's, what do they say in the Bible? You know, like, what were the 10 plagues in Pharaoh? You know, it was like, there were the plagues, so what is it? It's like fires, floods, mudslides, plagues, you know. I think that's what we're going to see. Am I wrong? I forget.
Well, you know, the question is there going to be frogs and locusts in Kentucky? I don't know.
Yeah. But you know, did you see that that they were practicing landing helicopters at the Capitol? At the Capitol, maybe a month ago or a few weeks ago, like for preparedness. Like, I guess if they had to evacuate the Capitol, then they would.
Do you think they were doing that because of potential insurrection on January 6th? Or were they because, you know, there were lots of people on X saying that they're not going to certify it, and you know.
Well, I think the thing is, it's hard to tell. Is it related to like either something planned or it's just some you know, warnings that they have?
I think they're getting prepared for a potential an emergency event in DC, and this plays into the field that I have of there's another 9/11 coming. It's coming. I feel it. I can't tell you what date, but I can feel it's happening.
Well, wasn't Flight 93 supposed to fly into the Capitol?
It was either the Capitol or the White House. They weren't sure.
And I think Sarah Adams, that CIA targeter, she says that, who's been warning about the 2025 big Al-Qaeda attack in the United States, I think she said that she thinks there might be an attack on the Capitol. But if you think about it, if you really wanted to hurt America, like stab it in the heart, you would hit the Capitol and kill a lot of congressmen.
Yeah, but then you ask the question, is that a good thing or a bad thing? You know, I mean, there's a lot of congressmen that are on the take. They're hurting the country. They're not helping the country. So Al-Qaeda might actually help America by doing that.
Well, here's, I think, what would happen, unfortunately, is we would go into some sort of martial law. What I mean by that is, you know, the government, they have these sites around the nation where, like, these deep underground bunkers where, like, where they could run the country from. Like, during 9/11, I think Cheney, one of these bunkers is outside D.C., like 45-minute drive outside D.C., called Mount Weather. And I've been by there. I drove by and I slowed down at the gate, like, you know, just, you know, where you would pull in to drive down the gate. And the guy right away steps out with the binoculars and, you know, was looking, this was many years ago, but I was like, oh, I better get out of here. I don't want to be on there.
The rumor is that some of these large Gilded Age type hotels that are around the country underground are these continuity of government facilities.
Well, there was one in, what was it, West Virginia, but it was somehow exposed. But that's where they were going to take the congressmen if they needed to, like, you know.
If they go into continuity of government for a decent amount of time, and they're going underground. Because we had continuity of government relatively activated, but it was a very short amount of time during 9/11.
Yeah.
Right? But, but then everything, died down, and then Bush went back to the White House. But there was kind of like this quasi-continuity of government activation that was taking place during 9/11. But let's just say that it lasts for weeks and they're underground. That adds to the probability that there's a nuclear detonation. That adds to the probability that there's a change of our constitutional freedoms. That there's this a switch to a different type of government. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I don't see how they would be able to switch to this continuity of government unless they take out Trump. They would have to, whatever the event would be, they would have to take out Trump to allow it to happen.
Well, I don't know that it would be like a long-term thing, but at least, it was, because what was it in the Congress? They were saying they wanted to put in a new law that said if they needed to temporarily replace Congress people, they could without doing an election. Like they could just have somebody written down who the Congress people would like appoint somebody ahead of time in case that there's an emergency.
Yeah, but this is, and then the question is, will the military follow? And let's say these people that take over do things that are against what the will of the people want. Will the military align with the people, or will the military align with the new government?
Yeah, and let me just say one thing about if terrorists hit the Capitol, it would be. Let me just put this up. If terrorists hit the Capitol, it would be a very sad day, and I mean, America has a lot of problems. I hope.
Well, the institution being attacked, I think, is a sad day.
Right.
And that that we don't want this to happen.
Right.
Because the downstream effects could be worse than what we have now. But the problem is the reality is that we have many representatives in government that are not paying attention to the will of the people. They're paying attention to the lobbyists, and they're paying attention to the well-heeled and the well-financed. And there's a problem. And on top of it, for to add injury, they're on the take. They're making money on these policies. They're hurting. They're hurting people. They're hurting their constituents, and they're making money on top of it. And so, and not all congressmen are like this, or congresswomen, but many are. I mean, Nancy Pelosi became a multimillionaire because of her connections and her insider information.
Yeah. I don't know,
so if the terrorists took out Nancy Pelosi, am I gonna feel bad? Probably not. Probably not. I probably would not feel bad. I mean,
they just published like the best stock performing Congress people this year. they published it. It was pretty interesting. I think the highest was around 150% stock performance.
Yeah.
But I will say, I mean, my feeling is I want to try to help fix things in the country. If things don't go well, I'm leaving. Then the country. I don't know that I'd physically leave. Maybe I would, but in other words, I'd give up. You know what I mean? In other words,
I think continuity of government, a change in government where they went into this continuity of government phase, I think would be the death knell to the Constitution. I don't think it's saving the Constitution. I think you have too many people that are self-centered, that are in power, that would be protected under the continuity of government, where it will lead to tyranny.
Yeah, I just, my thing is at least like mentally, I try to experiment in my mind, and I say, because we're brought up, like if somebody was brought up super religious, like kind of brainwashed, then, the best way, well, let me rephrase it this way. I guess what I'm saying is the government, America is sliding down, and if it doesn't work out fuck it, I don't give a fuck. Like, fuck it.
Well, I
I'm
mean, if
not-
America doesn't
not
work
doing
out, you might as well flush the whole world down the toilet because we
Yeah.
are the last
Yeah.
bastion of freedom.
Yeah, I'm saying like, fuck it. I'm not doing anything to stop. I'm not trying to fight some kind of heroic battle. You know what I don't know. I'm just like, yeah. I'm leaving either metaphorically or physically, or at least metaphorically. Like, you just survive and you just ignore. You know, I'm not.
I think our government, though, in the United States, is blessed, and there's a certain robustness to it. It can take a lot. There's a anti-fragility to it. So, yeah, I'm positive in the most part, but we have some really bad apples in government that do nefarious things, and we need to hold them accountable. Unfortunately, people are too busy worried about being able to pay the groceries, and they can't really focus on how their representative is taking them to the cleaners.
Oh, you know, it's like, I just think back to Jewish history, which I don't know that well, but just being generally taught, is through the ages, you know, the Jews have always been persecuted, and nations come and go, empires come and go, and I'm just like, you know, America will fall one day, and
Yeah, but it's not going to be. I don't see it falling anytime soon, though.
I'm not saying it will fall anything sooner than like 500 years. I mean, it could last 500. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like,
I think California will fall into the ocean before the fall of the country.
before America.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is, Paul, I just want to be careful about. I do not advocate any violence against any politicians.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that if an asteroid hit Congress, and it took out Nancy Pelosi, I wouldn't feel that bad.
Right. I get it. Right. If it was some sort of asteroid, well, that's an interesting thought question. If there was some sort of asteroid.
If an asteroid hit Congress.
Right.
And and it was in an impeachment hearing against Donald J. Trump. Maybe that's a sign from the divine that maybe what Congress is doing is bad.
Yeah.
The point here is that there are too many people in Congress that are just on the take. I mean, it's just totally, and they get away with murder. In many cases, literally. I mean, look at Morning Joe.
Morning Joe, that was the first guy I was thinking, yeah. Well, there was another, I used to walk through in D.C., I lived there for a while. I used to walk through the park there. In that park, I think there was a girl that was killed, and she somehow had an affair with a senator, or there was something there, I don't know. And it was like she was killed in the park. I'm like, oh, damn it.
Right. Well, I mean, but if you're a senator, you don't get prosecuted. If you're part of the House, if you're part of the House and Ways Committee, I guess you don't get, prosecuted for things. I don't know.
And I guess my thing is I'm walking the road to see. I don't necessarily think America's fixable. I hate to say it that way, but I'm walking the road, or at least in terms of me helping, or in the way that I think it should be fixed. But where my help would make a difference. But, I'm walking down that road to see. And then maybe just to prove to myself that whatever, I'm going in the hypothesis saying maybe I could. And then I want to find out maybe I can't. And then if I can't, then I'll just live my life.
Well, I mean, it's like a patient. Sometimes, you just let the body heal. So as long as you get the patient stable, stop the bleeding, get them stable, they will heal over time. And I see that's the same thing with the country. There's so many feedback loops, and it's so big that it doesn't need fixing. It just needs to be left alone. Stop the bleeding with the spending, the stupid spending. And if you take away the source of energy of these social programs that are hurting society, then the system will just heal. So we don't need we don't need to reinvent the wheel or do some major fixing. It's just, we just need to stabilize the patient. And I see that Doge is that. They're They're wheeling the patient into the ER and they're trying to stabilize the patient, stop the bleeding, and just let the patient heal over time. And that's America right there. Just, it's just, you got too many people bloodletting it.
Yeah. And by the way, where I was just clarifying that we both are not calling for violence, just because people will claim something like that, It actually, you didn't even say it that way, but just in case there was any gray, I just wanted to clarify. So.
I'm just waiting for the asteroid to hit Congress.
Okay. But Paul, one interesting story about Congress. I was living in DC like around 2005, 2006, something like that, and one time I walked up. I was just strolling around, to get some exercise, and I was walking past the Capitol, and there was a cop there, and I said, "Hey, when do protests take place?" He right away, when I said that, he pulled me over into the light, this had this really bright light. So I was like, "Oh, God damn it, they're putting me on camera." He wanted my ID, so I gave my ID, and then I'm like, I was like, "Wait, I didn't do anything wrong." I said to him, "Hey, if I didn't do anything wrong, I'm just gonna leave. Am I legally required to give you?" I gave it to him. Maybe he called it, and I don't know. But he had me stand in this really bright light, and I was like, "Oh God!" And then at that time or later, I said, "Oh God, they probably had the camera right on that light, and that's why he had me go there." And my point is I guess my point in saying this is it's a facade. When you go to Congress, it seems like it's not that protected, but I think it's pretty protected.
Oh, I think Congress is heavily protected. And that's the reason why I think January 6th was an inside job. They'll let the people in.
Interesting point, yeah.
I think it's heavily protected. To believe that it's not heavily protected, that's ridiculous. That's totally ridiculous.
When you go there, they make it seem like it's open to the public, you could walk in, you just have to go through a metal detector, whatever. But for him to be so quick on wanting to run me just because I asked when protests were, I was like, holy shit. And then later I saw another, some days later, weeks later, whatever, I saw another Capitol officer, and I said, "Hey, I had this other Capitol officer stop me because I asked him, he wanted my ID." And he perked up, and he also was very interested in me because I was asking that. And all it was I was just curious because you hear about protests. I was like, I just wanted to see what one looks like, It was nothing big, but it was okay, these guys are,
No,
so anyway,
I think Washington D.C. Especially, I think it was probably, I think it was less protected pre 9/11, but post 9/11, I think D.C. is very, very protected, and especially these federal buildings. The big ones, the big federal. There's some smaller.
In other words, there's more security than meets the eye.
Oh, definitely, for sure. I don't believe the story where it was, that it was just a mob that broke into Congress. I think it was coached. I think it was coached, and there were individuals that are opening up the doors for it to happen. Now, why that is, I don't know. I can't explain it. But the point here is that there's protection in those buildings. If someone tries to get close to the White House, they'd get their head blown off.
Here's another funny thing about it. So I was, one of these days I would stroll around, so I strolled out to the White House, and there was a guy there with a tent, and he smelled, and those people have handmade signs, and there's weird ugly writing, and they're it's about some weird cause, let's say it was Israel, but there was nothing happening in the news about Israel, just weird stuff, these people that are sort of in their own world. The guy, I don't know, I was just curious to talk to him or whatever, and he smelled heavily like alcohol, really reeked of alcohol, and he had really long, messy here, oily here, and I started talking with him. I was maybe asking about his cause. He wanted to walk with me to this bench and talk to me. And all of a sudden he seemed to sober up. And I was like, oh shit, I think this guy's an undercover. So, but it's smart what they do is they have a guy out, and I'm not saying this for sure, but it seemed like.
Oh, I definitely think that they have undercover people. And I think that they have other people that coach. I think they kind of like they corral people into doing things.
Yeah.
They want things to happen. They want things to happen, especially if it's like something high, high visibility, like a certification of an election, for example, or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, but I personally think that these protest movements, though, are kind of dying out. We talked about the loss of that transmission mechanism.
Yeah.
With the BLM, they're just not, for whatever reason, they're just not activating when they thought they would activate. So, it's kind of dying out. But I do think that we're moving towards the potentiality of some sort of terrorist act. I think another 9/11 is coming. I feel that it potentially could be in 2025. But the problem is that there are people asleep at the wheel, but then there's also other people that maybe is creating a false flag or are doing the stand down to let this happen. So but the end result is people will just lose their constitutional freedoms. That's what's going to happen. The end result is going to be people will die, and we're gonna have more powers given to the national security state. That's the end result. That's the end result. And then we're going to have a war, and we'll spend trillions of dollars, and all of a sudden, people that want to retire in 10 years can't because it costs a fortune to buy eggs and milk.
Crazy. At a previous conversation, I had mentioned this, that the guy who I knew who had gone through the spy training for the government spy training at the farm, I think he said that where he worked, like, I think he might have had a sign on the wall or something that said, "We have our jobs because of bin Laden," and this was before 9/11. Crazy.
Right. Now take that a step further. Once you knock out, and this might be another reason why they waited so long to knock out bin Laden. But the thing is that once you knock out bin Laden, why didn't we go to a pre-9/11 day? Because didn't we kill the terrorists? Didn't we knock out the cells? No, because what happens is once you give power to the national security state, they don't want to relinquish any of it.
Yeah.
And this is the weird thing about after World War II. Because of the whole Manhattan Project and the Cold War and nuclear weapons and all this, we never really did a stand. There was never really a true stand down after the war. We were always in a war footing.
Yeah.
And it just balloons out. It balloons out with the amount of money that is issued out of Congress to the national security state. So this is the thing, is that there needs to be some mechanism that says no more of this out of Congress. But the people in Congress don't care. The people in Congress do not care about the average citizen. They do not care at all. At all. But they'll say they do. They have a good face. They look like they care. They kiss the baby. They talk to people during the election cycle. At the diner, and everyone shakes the hands and all this, and they go and get their votes. But then once they get sworn in, they don't care. They're talking to K Street, and they're figuring out how they're gonna grow their portfolio.
Well, in one community I was involved in, it looked to me like the supervisor it was a student community. It looked to me like the supervisor who was kind of oversaw that community liked that the community didn't have what it needed, like, infrastructure wise, because then every election she could come in and build like a few blocks of sidewalks and say, "Look what I did." But if it was like all fixed at once, then she wouldn't be able to do that. So it makes me wonder, like, when I see these, like, ghetto neighborhoods and stuff, and it's almost like the Democrats, it's almost like, I wonder if they like having dependent, people and like poor, and not fix the situation, because then they get their votes, because they act as if they're for them, Crazy.
Yeah, I hold in contempt our representatives in Congress, because I feel that a lot of them are just all about themselves, and they really don't care about their constituents. Sometimes they get in with their heart in the right place, but then they get corrupted. And if they don't get corrupted, they get kicked out. They get kicked out. The system just aborts them. And, you know, no, seriously, that's what happens.
Like Thomas Massey, yeah.
You know, the system just aborts them. They have to be able to stay in the system. The system has to accept you. Now, what's the system? The system is a system of corruption.
Okay, apparently Trump put out a couple tweets about the fires. So the fires in LA may go down in dollar amount as the worst in the history of our country. In many circles, they're doubting whether insurance companies will even have enough.
Oh, they won't. They won't. The insurance companies are already talking to their lawyers to figure out how not to pay.
Wow. Let this serve and be emblematic of the gross incompetence mismanagement of the Biden-Newsom duo. January 20th can't come fast enough. But then he wrote about the water, too. Let's see what he wrote about the water. Governor Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning, in a virtually apocalyptic way. He wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt by giving it less water. It didn't work, but didn't care about the people of California. Now the ultimate price is being paid. I will demand that this incompetent governor allow beautiful, clean, and fresh water to flow into California. He is to blame for this. On top of all, no water for fire hydrants, no firefighting planes, a true disaster. And then he has one more. No water in the fire hydrants, no money in FEMA. This is what Joe Biden is leaving me. Thanks, Joe. Anyway, so that's what Trump had to say.
Well, I mean, literally, as Joe Biden is leaving office, the whole town is burning down. I mean, it's literally like Nero.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, you know, I'm waiting for Biden to just get on the balcony of the White House and start fiddling.
Yeah, so crazy. I had thought about going to go help the state of California with their like doing research to help with the high-speed rail. You know, I could have gone and worked up in the state capitol for a senator. Anyway, and but I didn't really have time to look into it. But apparently they put in billions of dollars and they have no track. They have like a very small amount of track. Right? It's crazy.
No, I mean, it's bad management. But, you know, and it's, you know, it's almost biblical. You know, and another thing. Another downstream play to this is that Newsom is trying to position himself to run for president. Well, if you know, this isn't going to look too good for a presidential run.
I think it's going to be very bad.
Yeah. So this could be almost a biblical way or a divine way of knocking Newsom out.
Yeah, I mean, I saw somebody
that maybe J.D. Vance is being protected somehow.
Well, let me see here. Oh, is it? Yeah. Cernovich. He tweeted about this. Let me see what he wrote about this. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Oh, by the way, the fire chief in LA, she's an LGBT, the first woman.
Are you serious? Are you serious? You can't make this shit up, man.
Check it out. Google it. I promise you. She's all proud of it. I swear to you. And she said, we need to just make it more and more diverse and just, it never ends.
And you know, more and more diverse. It's DEI. Now all of a sudden, you know, there's a common thread between this and the New Orleans attack. And that is DEI running certain departments.
Yeah.
You know, with the grandma police chief.
Let's see. So Cernovich said, Florida had hurricanes, DeSantis was prepared, power restored. Texas had snowstorms and power outages, Abbott delivered. California doesn't even have water in the fire hydrants. DEI spells DIE.
Yeah. No, seriously. I mean, this is just another nail in the coffin for DEI.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. This is retribution for a societal behavior that is antithetical to biblical teachings.
Well, you remember that lady police chief in New Orleans?
Yeah, the grandma, right.
Tell me something. Do you think she could ever arrest somebody?
Well, maybe if they're 90 and they, you know.
No, I mean, I just imagine her running. Or
Well,
like
yeah, I mean, the
taking
police
down a
chief
criminal.
doesn't have to, you know, do the. I mean, you had the younger crowd, you know, doing, you know,
Yeah.
doing the beat, right? So, but you know, could she be? If she was competent, I wouldn't be so, you know, negative towards grandma.
Yeah.
You know, to you know, police chief, but you know, she was she showed incompetence, not knowing what was available for the city to make sure the citizens were safe during New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. I mean, that's a big event in the United States. On top of, they were going to have what was it, the Sugar Bowl there?
Yeah.
Right. So, you know, so that's a big event. So that needs security. So how could they be so incompetent on two major events so close together where they didn't have barriers in the street to prevent cars from speeding down the alley and running over people?
And then the police chief said that she didn't know that they had barriers.
Right. So how could that even be? I mean, the first meeting. I mean, you've been in these kinds of meetings. The first meeting should say, what's available for us to, you know, to make the community safe? Well, we have these number of officers, we have these kinds of vehicles, we have these barriers, all right. You know, where should we put the barriers? Okay, here and here, yeah. You know, but it didn't seem like that conversation even took place because she probably was sitting in the chair sleeping.
Well, yeah, and here's Elon Musk tweet. Obama made sure that Rick Caruso, who was extremely competent, lost to an utterly incompetent mayor, Karen. That's her real name. Rick Caruso is the guy I mentioned to you before, who I hope he wins, becomes mayor or governor in LA. Let's see.
Well, maybe, you know, when we were talking about the next 9/11, maybe the next 9/11 will be Congress. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, maybe. Like just a massive...
Because think about it, that would really push for the continuity of government. Or further emergency provisions to erode constitutional freedoms and gun control.
Because they hit the financial capital in New York. I mean, I think the one place they didn't really hit, they hit the Pentagon, you know, 9/11, but they didn't hit Congress, Congress and the White House.
I'll tell you, that might be the 9/11. That might be the 9/11 event. Because think about it, if that did happen, that would really shake the system.
It would be horrible, yeah, very bad. Okay.
Because I've been thinking, like, what would it be? You know, is it the Tet Offensive? Is it going to be like a multiple small hits? You know, 100 of them around the country in a very short amount of time, which makes sense, and it would be hard to fight. And the probability of that is probably higher for it to happen. But in terms of like shock to the system, probably knocking out Congress would be more shock to the system than a Tet Offensive.
And honestly, like, I've been to Congress before at post 9/11. The guys aren't walking around with rifles that I remember. It's guys with handguns.
Yeah, but you got snipers that are up in the.
But I mean, if you have
in the
like
dome, you got snipers roaming around in that area and on different buildings.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you got the regular officers and the regular personnel on the ground, and then you have. But the thing is I'm sure I'd be shocked if they don't have teams of snipers on these different buildings. I don't know, like 24/7. I'd be shocked on that. They'd have to. They would. I mean, if they're not, then it would be almost a gross incompetence.
The White House does for sure, but the Congress.
I'm pretty sure that I'd be shocked if they don't have snipers on these
or at
different
least
buildings around.
But what if the terrorists you know, because there's no barrier to stop people from bringing guns or bringing IEDs into DC. So what they do is they blow up a few IEDs to distract the police, thinking that's what's going on. The police run over there, and then they come in and, you know, go into Congress, you know. Very bad.
I mean, that's possible. I mean, but they kind of like practice that kind of move in New York, where they, you know, you blow up something in, let's say, Upper East Side, but the real attack is, let's say, in, you know, in I don't know, Wall Street.
Yeah.
You know, so you know they kind of they kind of run. I would be shocked if they don't run that kind of play exercise, that simulation in DC. But that's where the snipers would make sense. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, some jihadist isn't going to walk up the stairs with some sort of explosive device. It's not probably going to happen that way. It's probably going to happen in kind of like a plane. I could see a plane, you know, kind of thing, you know, how fast could jets come in and knock down a small plane? But even a small plane, if it hit Congress, it probably just, I don't know. I mean, it would go up in flames, right? There would be damage to the facade, but I don't think that a small private plane would do much damage. I mean, when they crash, they do some damage, but I don't do a lot of damage. Not like a commercial airliner.
And the Congress buildings really are massive. Even if you hit one part of it, it wouldn't really affect.
It would have to be a very high, a very high energetic device. I mean, it would be, you know, something. But another thing, you know, if they did a dirty bomb, you know, just the sheer, you know, little bit of radioactive material getting blown up in a normal bomb, that would create a big stir too.
Oh yeah.
But all these contingencies, they must have, you know, gone through and tried to protect through it. They don't have detectors. They don't have nuclear detectors in DC. I mean, they must.
Oh, I think they do.
Yeah. So I mean, so getting a dirty bomb in, or some sort of a, you know, even low yield would be hard. My understanding in New York is that they have these detectors at the tunnel and on the bridges.
Yeah.
So getting it into Manhattan is almost impossible.
I think I remember seeing maybe it was in DC, where they even had in like subways like these blower things that tested the air for biological stuff too.
Yeah, they have these. They have these.
Maybe it was in New York.
No, in New York, they have these like air quality devices where they test. I wouldn't be surprised that the air quality machines are also testing for biological, chemical.
Yeah. Here's an interesting tweet by. This is an interesting one. Cernovich, California is burning, but hey, at least it's possible to get an elective abortion at 9 months. He did another good one. Let me see.
But you know, he's you know, being a jokester with the tweet. Yeah. But you know, when you really look at the deepness of the post, it's basically immorality does have consequences.
Right.
You know, late term abortions are just wrong. It's just wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's killing a baby.
Yeah, but it, like you said, it lines up exactly with what you're saying, is that you can't do these things without consequence. Like, in other words, there's it's like a karma thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they spend more. Okay, the 2025 budget proposal by the mayor of LA spends more money on addressing homelessness than on the fire department's budget. So, okay, here, in Los Angeles set aside $1.3 billion for homelessness in 2024. The Los Angeles Fire Department got a 25% less funding than the homeless scam industry. That's Cernovich. Anyway.
Well, I mean, you know, the reality of the situation is governments need to start paying attention that if they do things that may be antithetical to biblical principles, that maybe bad things will happen to the society that they're governing. And I think that is a big part of what's going on. This scene, I'll tell you, once I heard that this was happening, it was Sodom and Gomorrah. That's exactly what popped in my mind.
Well, a lot of those people who are living in those Pacific Palisades, those are the people who practice the stuff of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
I mean, they are. Like,
well, I mean, aren't these the elitists that would be, you know, the pedophilia ring and, you know, and the child trafficking and the adrenochrome type stuff?
Well, those are the guys that are like, those are all the movie producers, directors, actors. That's who live up in those hills.
Right. So, I mean, they're part of that whole network that's tied to Epstein.
Well, I got to study this stuff more about this biblical stuff, because I think what we're seeing is, like, I only studied it as a kid, you know, like, not by choice really, but I need to take time and actually study this stuff. Like, have you ever looked at Revelations or anything? I've never read it before.
No, I haven't. No.
But you said some of this stuff is in some of those other books you mentioned. You mentioned.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, there's, you know, because of we have the 5 books of Moses, but you have prophets and writings and the book of Enoch and the book of Jubilee, and you know, there's a bunch of in Kings and all that. Now, I haven't read those books. I have gone over. I haven't done Kings or prophets or writings, but I have gone over the book of Enoch and the book of Jubilee. And you know, most of the material that I'm reading is more like Zohar type stuff, Tanya. So you know, so a lot of these things, a lot of these principles, a lot of these concepts, these Kabbalistic concepts or Hasidic concepts, are coming right out of the Zohar.
So when you're thinking about what's coming next, you're thinking about, you're going back to these teachings that you read.
Mm-hmm.
Any specific ones you'd recommend? Any specific ones you're thinking?
Well, I think that we're literally in. I think we're literally in the activate because of that comment that happened on September, I think it was 27th or 24th of last year.
Mm-hmm.
We've activated a series of events that are going to lead to more destruction in the world.
Well, are you reading? Is it because?
And this is right out of the Zohar. This is, I think, Zohar Volume 3.
Oh, geez, I gotta read the Zohar. I've never read the Zohar.
Yeah,
okay.
It's tough though. It's not easy to read. It's not an easy book to read at all. It's very tough.
Do you know the name Steinsaltz?
Yeah.
So I visited Israel, and he, I don't know if he's still alive, but he was up in a little small synagogue in Jerusalem, in the old city, and my parents went to go talk to him, and he said to them, when they said, I guess he said, where are you guys from or whatever, and he said, LA, and he said, exactly what you said, LA is totally fake.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, I met a lot of VCs, a lot of people that were lawyers, and you know, there was even a DARPA representative there. Because what DARPA does is they go to these they go to these conferences and they're looking for, potential startups that have, some sort of military application or some sort of defense application.
That's pretty smart of them, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's just, and they even did a presentation during the conference. If you have an idea and you need funding, just, come on over. We got, we got checks to write.
Okay. Well,
the land is full of fakery over there. And
well,
even the people there. I remember talking to some of the VCs there, and I'm like going, why do people invest in startups that usually blow up? All right, and the first seed money that really for these startups is about $100,000. So why would someone that's doing a startup get the first seed money, not the real round of collecting funds. But the first seed money, $100,000, and be willing to write off 30% of the value of the company. If something is viable that can make money. Someone should just take out a bunch of credit cards and just start the company that way. You're better off because you'd have 100% ownership. So just the game is just wrong. So what they do is you got a bunch of VCs that test. So they write a bunch of $100,000, $200,000 checks to a bunch of people, and they know most of it is going to blow up. But they know one or two are going to be good, and they got 30% or 40% of the company. And then what they do is through their Rolodex start finding more people to fund, and then now the value of the company is now in the millions with a viable product. But when you're in alpha phase or you're in the build out phase of a company or a product, these VCs are like sharks. And then if you have a viable product already and you start saying, well, it's already, you don't need that first seed money of $100,000. You're now to the stage of like a $5 million injection of funds to hire staff and to build out the product. They don't want to touch it because they don't want these types of people. The way they work is they want that percentage of the company at such a low risk to them. But you start asking for the 5 or 10 million mark because you were self-funded earlier in the development of the company. They balk. They're just fake. So when you're coming from New York, then you're like going, well, if you're going to invest 5 million in a company that could go belly up, why not just invest 5 million in ETF that you can buy and sell all day long and make tons of money? So this is the difference between New York finance and California finance. California finance is a lot of bullshit. New York finance is that you just plug into the market and make money. Why do you need a freaking startup?
Do you also find that just in talking to people from LA and that sort of thing that they act fake too?
Yeah, absolutely. So you go back to the VC funds. So what do? It's not their money. It's typically not their money. It's a bunch of people they know that pool the money together, and they charge a fee to manage the money to invest into small companies to have a bunch of percentage, a lot of percentage of these small companies. So when someone that comes in and says, hey, give me 5 mil that's already, build out product and we're ready to sell, they don't want to do it because it takes a decent percentage of their fund away. And that if it goes belly up, then it's going to hurt their connections that are feeding the fund. So it's all bullshit. It's just the way they work is just not the way people in New York work. New York is hustle. New York is there is a hustle, but there is a certain code of conduct that that there is because it's pragmatic. Cost of living is so high, and it has to work, and it's about okay, I had this deal with this person, it worked out, I'm going to work with them again. It's very kind of also tied to the way real estate works in a way. People have funds and they build, they buy a building, they do a restructuring of the building, they renovate it, and then they start selling off units. And if the deal goes good, then they do another building, and all the people that were in the first one, not all, but many of the investors in the first deal will do a second deal, and that's how business works. But with the way these VC funds work, it's just that they accrete money from maybe 100 investors, maybe 5 of them are really wealthy, and they charge a fee, and they're looking for the little fish. They're not really looking for big fish. They're not looking for people that are going, it's time to invest 5 mil, and that's the start seed. They balk at that. And with New York finance, that's not the case. When something is already proven out, it's like, well, wow, you know. So I just find LA, it's just bullshit. LA and San Francisco is bullshit.
Well, do you know how, like, I'm not familiar with the VC stuff, but do you know how, like, in Japan, they have different customs, like they bow and they maybe put their hands in a certain way when they meet you, and they, like, and maybe certain Asian, they won't look you in the eye. And so I think, like, the culture in LA is, from my experience, is literally to be fake, to be a fake person. That's the way everybody is, and that's the way you're taught.
I don't know. I mean, I'm from, you know, Midwest, and it's all about handshake and trust. And if you can't trust them, then you put them in the garbage category.
Well, the better thing about New York is that they call out your bullshit, and they don't go for bullshit, and they see through bullshit, and they're tough, and I think that's a better way. I mean, it's funny when you walk down New York and people are screaming at each other. They won't fight each other, but they'll scream like names at each other and really, you know. Like,
I mean, you know, there's also that whole Brooklyn kind of thing going on too in New York, you know. But my experience with LA and San Francisco was lots of fake people, you know, and people saying they have money to invest in companies and they really don't, or they really don't want to, and it's all fake. It's all fakery. It's all fake. It's fake to make it. And what about that Thalamus? She came from Stanford.
Totally fake.
Yeah, totally fake. Wow. What about that Sam Friedman? All right, he was, I believe, he was totally fake. But my understanding was he was from MIT. All right, so that's East Coast.
Right.
But his family's from Stanford.
Yeah.
He's from California. So another fake guy.
Yeah.
You know, even this Emily Chan from Bloomberg. All right, she's from Stanford. All right, she does the tech shows, right? For her studio, the studio that they use is in San Francisco. So she's, you know, and they had to rebrand her because she kept on having Sam Friedman on her show pumping up crypto. And it was her show that pumped up FTX.
And she's still there.
And then the moment it blew up, they rebranded her because they know that they were part of the scam.
Wow.
So it's the land of the fake. And that's why it was so hard for me to like really tiptoe into crypto. You know, now from the New York perspective, crypto is becoming a viable investment asset in the ETF market.
Wow.
So it's like, but it's based on fakery. I mean, crypto's fake. But the thing is that people's perception of it is that it is some sort of digital commodity. And so there's so many people believing that you have to go, you can't fight the behavioral finance now. Even though it was based on fake.
Tulip mania.
Yeah. So,
well, I can confirm, having spent a lot of time in LA, I can confirm it's absolutely fucking fake. In other words, I'm not talking about like on the business side, or I'm just talking about the culture of the people.
all you gotta do is just walk down, what is it, Beverly Hills or Beverly, or Boulevard, whatever. You just walk down the street. The tits are fake. The nose is fake.
Smiles.
The fake smiles. The butt is fake. Everything's fake. Everything is fake there.
Do you have any thoughts on the South, like South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia?
I mean, North, South Carolina, I mean, my parents would take us for vacations there when we were kids, so I only really remember it, from a kid perspective.
Yeah.
So I don't really know the South that well, other than those vacations that my parents did. I don't really, I spent a little bit of time, vacation, in Florida like everybody. So I don't know much about Florida other than as a vacationer.
Yeah, Florida these days, it's just so northern. In other words, it's just a lot of northern.
What I remember of it is a lot of transplants from New York.
From the East Coast, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you spent much time in Boston?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in Boston.
What's been really cool is like as Western civilization or America, whatever, is burning down, it's been really interesting. I'm like, okay, I gotta like study all the history, and it's been really interesting to, in Boston, you walk down the street and there's like an old cemetery there with like Samuel Adams.
Yeah, I know. That's really cool stuff. Boston,
really
there's elements of Boston that reminds me heavily of Wall Street. And the financial district and Battery Park and and the World Trade Center. So there's many parts of Boston that give me that old Manhattan feel, lower Manhattan feel. And then you got that. Now that's Boston City, right? But then there's also Cambridge, and that's a little bit more.
Very different.
Yeah, that's a different feel. I like the Cambridge feel more than the Boston feel.
Well, the Cambridge feel is a very relaxed feel, and then you also have like the Fenway Park area, more like, because there's a bunch of universities. So great. I mean, there's so many universities in that area. Like you have everything from, let's see, you have Boston University, Boston College, Harvard, MIT. Oh, right, of course.
You got
spent a
Tufts.
lot of time up there.
You got Tufts.
Tufts, a lot of good schools. Yeah, you have also some like lesser schools like Northeastern. You also have a journalism school. I forgot what that one's called. Next to the park, that central kind of park area. But what was really nice was, it's like you go to like Cape Cod, and so up on the tip province town, which has really become a Sodom and Gomorrah these days, but up there, that's where like the Pilgrims landed, or one of the places anyway, and it's just so interesting. You can take these tours, and you can kind of see like, here's where they found like the corn, and where they stole the corn from the Indians, or whatever they did, where they traded them corn for.
Well, you're bringing up a good point. I think that with the Boston and New York ethos, it still has that Protestant worth ethic.
Yeah.
There's still an element. There's still an element of
that old world.
Yeah, an old world, but also your word means something.
Yeah.
Now there are obviously people that don't believe that, and they're living in New York or Boston, but there's still an ethos of that Protestant kind of thinking in New York. I mean, even New York, what's the colors? The colors in New York aren't bright; they're dark. They're dark colors. They're black. Well, that's Protestant. That's a Protestant color, right? Or or a more religious color, right? So, but when you now fast forward to L.A., right?
LA is very bright, very colorful.
Bright, colorful, bright, very liberal. Fakery. There's not. They're willing to flush the Bible down the toilet. I just so metaphorically, maybe literally. I don't know. But the point I'm making is that they never. California never really had a Protestant worth ethic. They never really had that old world East Coast thing that New York and Boston have. I'll trust a Bostonian more than I'll trust anyone from California.
I really do think geography and history really makes a difference.
Yeah.
Like I drove through New Mexico, and actually they have this really cool thing. They have it's called a satellite array, like satellite dish array. And it's like miles long, and they array it like in a shape of a Y, but they array all these dishes in a row, and then they're able to look at the sky as if it's one gigantic massive dish because they have them spread out. It's really cool. But when you drive around New Mexico, you see like there's a different architecture, there's a different food, you know, there's just, it gives a different culture and a vibe. And but back to Boston for a second, and I think that applies in every location. But I think back to Boston, it's like in Boston, there's an old library, you know, historic library it's a private library, I forgot the name of it, with old, you know, historic books and stuff. And I went in there and I was looking for some information on a property that some relatives own, you know, in the New England area. And boom, there was a book there. Actually, I was just scrolling the area, and then I picked up this book, and I'm like, God damn it, I didn't even realize that they're next to that relative's house, that there's an actual book written about that. It was just by accident. And my point is like, there's just so much history. It's just so beautiful. You go to these, one of the things I have on my to-do list is to go to as many museums as possible. I haven't really started yet, but I just think like, there's just so much, you can find out so much about the places and you know, similarly in Northern Virginia, so if you look at Virginia, so you have DC, and then you have sort of Southern Maryland or whatever, where the sort of larger DC area, but it's Maryland and Northern Virginia. So if you go to like Northern Virginia, a lot of it's built up, and they have like a lot of other government agencies there, like you know, extra buildings for government agencies, a lot of nondescript buildings. But then you go out further, like not even far out, there's a county called Loudoun County and Fauquier County and other counties. These really big horse farms with like, you know, 150 acres, just you know, an old Southern house, you know, old plantation or whatever it is, house sitting on this big property with like, you know, horses roaming around. And it's just old world, you know, there's a lot of money there, and you know, a lot of money from DC, you know, or people that want to be out of the DC crazy, but still have money, they could drive into DC, they live there. But it's old world. So as our country's being invaded, you know, and as our country burns on the West Coast, and as the plagues happen and all this, my mind is like on studying Western history as it falls, you know. And I mean, I'm not saying it's going to.
Well, you want to hear something interesting when it comes to this whole LA issue and biblical kind of stuff?
Yeah.
All right. There was an individual that died. His name was Robert Rayford. All right. He was the first AIDS case reported in 1981.
Yeah.
Los Angeles, homosexual.
Yeah.
So the point that I'm making here is that, you know, these environments, you know, aren't necessarily really that moral, you know. When you compare it to biblical teachings, and it just, you know, so it's not surprising that bad things happen to immoral areas.
LA is one of the most opposite places to the Bible in the United States, for sure.
I did not feel, when I was there during the conferences, I just did not feel, I didn't feel at home, let's put it that way. I did not feel that you know, some places you feel in sync. You know, I felt in sync with Boston or Cambridge. Yeah. I feel in sync with New York. I feel in sync with,
Cambridge is beautiful, yeah.
You know, I feel in sync with, you know, Michigan, you know. But there's some places that you feel in sync with, and there's other places that it's like, it's repulsive, you know. You can't, you just, LA and San Fran were the two places that I could not stand.
Absolutely, I can't stand LA, but here's a funny thing about Berkeley. I don't know if you've ever been to Berkeley. Berkeley in the news it sounds so left, but actually when you're on the campus, it's pretty normal. Like it's a pretty normal university campus. You always have fringe people sort of on the outside, you know, always with these weird protests, but the students themselves are mostly just studying. They're mostly normal. A lot of the weird sort of leftists, there are more people that live in the area, live in Oakland, but they're They don't go to UC Berkeley. UC
Well,
Berkeley's
well,
very-
I was at a conference, I presented a paper at UCLA. It was during,
Yeah.
and so this was the fourth time that I was in California.
Yeah.
And I knew the head of the physics department at the university, so he invited me to this conference, and I started talking about how to model, how to use telemetry from the market to model three-dimensional movements in the financial markets.
That's
All right,
cool.
so I did this this lecture, right?
Yeah.
There. It's a beautiful campus. UCLA is a beautiful campus.
It is a nice campus. It's in
And,
Westwood.
you know, but the thing is, the people that were at that conference were very nerdy. So you didn't feel the fakery like you see, you know, typically in these other conferences, right? Because the other conferences were about funding, you know, getting funding, some legal support for small businesses that are trying to go through seed funding, and crypto. It was like tied to crypto. So there was a lot of fakery at those, but I don't remember the student body or the professors. I didn't feel the fakery at UCLA.
No, and I'm at a university right now. They're more real. You know?
Yeah.
Also, like, if you're a student, you're paying money or you're on a scholarship, you're pretty serious about, you know, even if you're just there for the paper, maybe you party on the weekend or whatever, but a lot of students are there to, like, you know, build a career, and then the professors, they have to, like, climb the ladder, and, you know, they're not really, most of these professors aren't, you have some, I think, that are, like, more extreme, you know, but I think a lot of them are, I don't often run it. I haven't, and I've spent time in a bunch of universities. I haven't often, you know, seen, you know, the extremist professors. They're just not as common as, you know.
Well, I mean, you know, it depends on what discipline you're in. You're not going to see the extremist ones in the hard sciences. You'll find the extremist ones in the soft sciences, the social sciences, the humanities, and the soft sciences.
Like feminist studies, women's studies, social, I did it.
Or even racial studies. You know, that was a big one over at Harvard. You know, and
I didn't find a lot in like or any in psychology even that I was aware of. It's just but I did in sociology. There was a lot. Anthropology I didn't really come across, but I was studying more physical anthropology.
So if you're walking down the strip, you know, at LA, you know, everything's fake, you know. But if you go, you know, if you're maybe in an enclave at a university, maybe it's not. You don't see the fakery as much. It's a little bit more real.
Yeah. I mean, UCLA. You're reminding me, UCLA. Yeah, it's a nice campus. It's a wealthy area. You know, UC Berkeley has some beautiful facilities. I used to use the gym there. I used to run on their track. They have a beautiful track, they have some really star athletes, and, you know, these places are also you know, it's not like a joke, you know, just because it's in LA, you know, it's not. I'll tell you where it's USC, University of Southern California, that's literally in the ghetto downtown. That's a bad location. They have to have their own private security, constantly patrolling, and even then, like, students have a hard time there.
Well, I mean, like, you know, even Fordham at Rose Hill campus in the Bronx, beautiful campus. I love being there, you know, when I was doing my pre-med stuff. And, you know, but the thing is, you get out of the, you know, beyond the gates of the campus, and you literally could be shot dead. I mean, just, you know, walking from the main gate to get to the train, you could be dead. You know? So I mean, it's a rough neighborhood. It's definitely but inside the campus, you know, it's probably the safest place in New York.
Wow. actually, you know, I got accepted to Yeshiva University. I never ended up going, but I got accepted there. My parents wanted me to go there. What do you call it? You know, Cambridge just has a little bit of hippiness. I'm not saying hippiness in a bad way. Kind of a little hippiness. I don't have a problem with a little hippiness.
Well, you have individuals that are, in New York we call them crusties, but you have crusties that are roaming around the city that are, you know, that are homeless, but they're like, you know, they have a hippie kind of feel to it. But yeah, I think you know they're usually homeless that I see that falls in that category. The student body, you have ultra liberals in the student body, but I wouldn't. They're not like hippies. I don't know. No. You know, hippie. You know, because of my generation, when I think hippies, I'm thinking 1970s, 1960s. And those 1960, 1970 hippies are different than maybe a hippie-ish person today. You know, because what you see on campus is more blue hair, ultra-lib types.
Oh, no,
you know, but they don't have the bell bottoms and all that. When I think of a hippie, I think of the peace, you know, the peace sign around their neck, and you know, they have the bell bottoms.
Not those. You know the people who, let's see how to say it. Maybe they try to eat more healthy. They try to eat more organic.
Definitely. You have the vegetarian crowd. Yeah, I feel like
in Cambridge.
Yeah. You definitely have that.
It kind of gives a nice little. I don't mind it. I like the atmosphere in Cambridge. It's a nice atmosphere. I had an apartment there for 2 years. Yeah.
No, I think you know that area is, you know, I like Cambridge. You know, and you know, that was it was a good experience to go through. But the thing is it's changing. It's, you know, the crime. You know, crime has been going up in Cambridge. Crime has been going up in Boston. They have too many. You know, the problems that New York is having is the same problems that Boston's having. And whatever Boston is having, it trickles into Cambridge. I mean, Harvard Square in Kendall Station, there's crime. You know, you gotta watch out.
But you know, like Beacon Hill, Beacon whatever. You know, where you like the main downtown area in Boston, where like that I think used to be pretty safe. When I was there, it was pretty safe. You could just walk around. I think you could walk around late. I don't think anybody would bother you.
You know, when you get out, you know, when you're around South Station at night, it's a little rough.
Did you ever make it out? I forgot to ask you. When you were there, do you ever still go out there at all? I think you go out there for graduations and stuff.
Yeah, I go out there regularly. I mean, yeah.
Have you ever made it out to Cape Cod at all?
No.
You know, I used to go to like Outer Cape. I don't know what it's called. Outer Cape. It's more. There's some rural areas. Beautiful. Meaning like you need. I'm gonna tell you a story. Okay, so they're so rural. They're so like bougie that you need a sticker on your car just to park at the beach, at the parking at the beach. So they have the ocean side and then the bay side. So if you park in the ocean side, you could do the public parking, but the bay side, you have to either live there or be renting a house there. And to rent, you'd be renting there, you know, maybe a hotel or whatever. But if you're renting, you need to show proof, and then you get, you know, your parking permit just for that week that you're renting or whatever. But the point is here's a funny story. Robert Reich.
Robert Reich. I thought it was pronounced Robert Reich.
Right. Yeah. I'm not sure, but he was the labor secretary under. Well, guess what? He always talking about the poor people and this and that. This guy has a house out there on the Cape. You know, beautiful house.
Right. Yeah, and it's the same thing with that. Major op-ed economist at the New York Times. I can't think of his name at the moment.
The
super liberal.
Nobel Prize economist.
Yeah, what's his name?
He just retired or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, but he's such a such a liberal economist, and he's so condescending. I can't think of his name right now, but
I believe I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
And you know, half the time he's wrong.
Yeah, you think he'd have a better you know, better record because he has the Nobel Prize winning. But I might be taking a class. I think I'm signed up for it. It's a 1-credit class this semester with a Nobel Prize winner. I was like, I just want to take it because I want to see what it's like, what a Nobel Prize winner is like. You know?
Oh, I mean, I've been in a room where there was at least 12 Nobel Prize winners. All right.
Oh, gee.
All right?
Yeah.
This was tied to INET and George Soros's foundation, and so a lot of economists were there, you know, and there were a lot of people that were high up in that discipline, finance and finance.
Yeah.
They're not as, I mean, you would think that they're like an oracle of thought or you know, they're super wise or whatever. Yeah. They're not. They're just average. I mean, if you take a really good professor and you compare them to a Nobel Prize winner, you're not going to see much of a difference. There's not going to be much of a difference of a good professor, you know, and a Nobel Prize winning one that's in that field. It's just that a lot of times they're lucky. They published something that was interesting at the right time, and they're likable enough to the committee that's nominating them. So, you know, but you'd be surprised that they're not as wise as you would think they are. So
that makes sense.
And they're average. They're as good as, you know, as a typical really good professor at a university. All right. You know, some professors suck, right? Some professors suck at a university, and there's others that are like really good that didn't get a Nobel Prize. And I don't see much of a difference between the really good professors and the Nobel Prize winners.
Wow. I will say the professors that I've come across so far, and I haven't, I guess, necessarily really searched them out, but the ones that I've come across that are really good, like head and shoulders, you know, above other people, is rare. You know, a lot of these people, a lot of these professors are just, I think they're like go along to get along. You know, they treat it as a job. You know, it's not really so much as a passion. Much of a passion.
I mean, some of them are, you know, some of them are. They're followers. They don't want to rock the boat. There's others that are, you know, ones that rock the boat, but sometimes they don't get to climb the ladder because they rock the boat. So, and it's a pecking order too. When you know you get the tenure, you know, it's hard to get tenure, and when you do get tenure, then you're on the track of trying to, you know, move up the administrative ladder many times, you know.
So you never want to rock the boat.
Right. I mean, you know, that's a kind of an environment where it's like if you piss off the wrong person, your career is gone.
Wow. You know, there was one professor I took. He was one of the maybe 2 founders of evolutionary psychology, the field. He was an amazing guy. He had his undergrad in physics from Harvard. Mm-hmm. And apparently what I was told was that he would spend all his undergrad time in the library just reading. Well, he moved over, so he had a physics mind, you know what I mean? Like the rigor of physics, and he brought it over to psychology, you know? And so, really interesting guy. When I took his classes, I called him a mini Einstein. First of all, he had a big head, you know, for the big brain. He was so smart. I mean, he knew so many topics.
Did he literally have a big brain? I mean, big head?
Yeah, he literally had a big head, yeah.
But, you know, the thing is that they're saying that ones that are the higher IQ, the actual brain matter is slightly less, not more.
It's less.
And the thing is that it's about the convolutions, the number of the way the convolutions are for the shape of the brain, and just the connections. There's high connectivity. There's high connections. There's a lot of glia. and there's the more pronounced convolutions with slightly less brain matter. Slightly. Let me rephrase it. Slightly less weight to the brain.
Well, you know how like Einstein had wild hair? So this guy also had wild hair.
Well, and that might have something to do with it. That might have something to do with it too.
Yeah, I mean, his hair maybe made his head maybe look bigger.
Well, I think what that could be, or the hair may be an antenna to the ether or something.
Well, here was the funny thing. I took his intro course. He was so cool. He'd get up and talk about like cybernetics and the most complicated stuff, and then how the brain is cybernetic. And then when it came to putting in the VCR, the thing in the VCR to show us a video, he had no clue how to use it. You're struggling for 5 minutes.
Right. No. It's like, I mean, just everyday things they're dumb at, but there's 3 types of intelligence. There's IQ, there's EQ, and then there's SQ, social intelligence. And social intelligence, like how do you go to the grocery store and buy groceries, or how do you do something that average people do, or know the price of milk, stuff like this. Yeah. And some people that have high IQs have very low SQ.
Interesting. One funny story about this mini Einstein, I call him. He had a fire in his house, so when they redid his bathroom, his wife was also a professor, and she told me this, because I was gushing to her about her husband, and she told me, she was like, we had a fire in our house, and when they redid the bathroom, he asked that speakers be put in the bathroom, so that even when he was using the bathroom and the shower, he'd always have audiobooks playing. The one thing that was sad about this guy is he died young, because he didn't exercise, and he was just so into the work, Mm-hmm. He died maybe in his high 60s, But Paul, did you ever get an IQ test by any chance?
Yes.
Interesting. Because I was, I grew up and my mother always said, oh, you're smart. But I just thought, I'm one of many kids, one of a bunch of kids. And I thought that's what every mother tells every kid. I didn't think anything of it. And I always did well in class. But I didn't, when I left the religion, I was ultra-religious, grew up ultra-religious. When I left, my mother was like, maybe there's something wrong with you, So I was like, okay, I'll get fully psychologically tested. So I went to, at the university I was at, I was like, okay, give me your full battery, negative and positive. So test me all my strengths and if I have any, problems. Well, anyway, so surprising, they came back, it was some grad students, they came back and they were like, your IQ's in the top 1 percentile, And that was a surprise to me, and they're like, our professor told us that we're only going to run into, as a psychologist, we're only going to run into somebody with your level of IQ, a few, maybe twice or something like that in their whole career, a couple times in their whole career. But I don't really feel that smart. I definitely don't feel like an Einstein. My IQ's not that high. It's a 136, But, I mean, it's high versus average, but not high like an Einstein, But I feel like somebody like you would also have a high IQ.
I do have a high IQ.
I think you're higher than a 136. You probably
it is higher than 136, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what my IQ is, because the reality of the situation is that you can be, have a high IQ and it won't mean anything. There's some people that have lower IQs and they do great things for mankind. It just doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. But the thing is, what's more important is making sure my constitutional freedoms don't get eroded from another 9/11. Having a high IQ means nothing if I don't have my freedoms.
Well, first of all, I absolutely agree that IQ doesn't mean you're successful. But secondly, I think what I thought about in that room when they told me my score, I thought about it and I said, you know, I'd been through hardship in my life, you know, growing up super religious, leaving and this and that, and I was just like, you know, different things, and I was like, what can I do to help my fellow man, you know? And I thought, what sort of powers does this IQ give me that maybe over your typical person that I could use to help other people? And I realized, I thought, oh, I think I'd be good at research. And after that, I had to test myself. I researched like how to create a government, and I'm responsible for creating a new government in a community. You know, I did all the research, and I didn't actually get the votes, but I did everything basically till like the actual, almost till like it got to community organizing. And even then, I was still.
And even, you know, even with people with you know, low IQs, you know, if someone has a lower IQ and they really utilize the intelligence, the innate intelligence that they have, they can do more than someone that has a high IQ that didn't use their intelligence. I mean, you know, so I mean, you know, there are many people that have high IQs that didn't fully utilize, and there are many people that have lower IQs that fully utilize what they do. So, you know, I just, you know, but it doesn't it is higher than what I have, but it doesn't matter though. It really, you know, because there's also SQ, there's EQ. Sometimes EQ is even more important than IQ. So,
like, I think I have a low EQ, yeah. And actually that's pretty common. I was reading a book, or there was a website that for gifted sort of kids, I think maybe adults too, and it was going through your typical symptoms of like a gifted person, you know. And one of them is like a lot of very common to have low EQ, high IQ, which we see is pretty common. And I didn't mean to get personal, but I guess the reason, once I already brought it up. But
the point I'm making is just that when you look at all three metrics, all right, and you look at the composite, that person with the higher composite is better than someone that has 2 low scores and 1 high score.
Yeah.
So someone that has a high IQ is not necessarily a better person you want to be around.
100%. You can
right?
have somebody who
and if someone that is just has a high SQ, right, but low emotional intelligence and IQ, well, you know, that also may not be a person that you want to be around. Maybe it depends on the situation, because, you know, if you're in a survival situation and they have a high social, you know, SQ, then you know, they have probably better survival skills.
100%.
So it just depends on the situation, but a composite is a better holistic approach to look at someone's overall intelligence than these individual tests, right? But even doing individual tests, it's in a range, because there's different types of tests to try to evaluate.
And it's only measuring very small.
Yeah, you know, so I mean, there's, you know, and not only that, you know, as you get older, in some areas you improve, and in some areas decline. So it's a moving, it's a moving target, right? And then as you really get older, you know, once you get past 35 and you start aging, you know, you're not as sharp as you were when you're younger.
Absolutely.
So it's about, you know, it's more about the holistic composition, you know, of these different things that's more important.
Absolutely, and like you might have an amazing artist who has a low quote IQ, the small measure of IQ, but is an amazing artist, is an amazing athlete. In other words, there's so many things that make a person great, you know. But the reason I bring up the IQ now that I've brought it up was it reminded me that the reason why you're probably good at the research and reading might have to do with your IQ.
I think so. I think that's a part of it. I also think that there's some people that have, they can, it's hard to put it into words, but they can tap into, you know, some sort of a reservoir of knowledge, right? Of truth. And these people that are sensitive and they can tap into this reservoir of knowledge and draw from it, have a tendency to be able to look at things very quickly and digest and see where it's going. You know, and that's you know, I can take a look at something and I can sense that the direction of things much quicker than most people. That I know. I mean, it's just, and I proved it out in 5 years. I proved it out for 5 years, you know, doing these live feeds. You know, I can tell you where things are going, and with high degree of accuracy.
Well, here's the weird thing, Paul, is that might also be connected to, because you know what we think is intuition, and I also have some of that, is maybe like you have the consciousness, which is the brain, you know, what we're aware of, and then there's the iceberg below the water. My point is, because I took another test, my grandparents were all about, oh, you should take this test. It was like a $500 test, and they're like, this test will tell you what career to have. So I just took it, you know. Well, two things they tested on, two amongst like 20 different measures, but two of them were like inductive law, like reasoning, and deductive reasoning. I think one of those two, I forgot which is which, but maybe it's like the way I was able to found that government was through my motto, which is read everything and talk to everyone. Is by taking in enough information, I'm able to see like, oh my God, that is so clear what should happen, or what the truth is, or what will happen, or, you know, it's like, oh my God, it just becomes so obvious, you know?
I think it just ties into the realm of, you know, religion, and, you know, the whole idea of wisdom, you know, wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Right. I mean, it's that simple. You know, some people just have a stronger connection to that, to that triad.
Yeah.
You know, some people think, oh, they gotta memorize all these facts, or, you know, they have to, you know, take all these classes or get all these degrees and all that, you know.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's been many texts that are a lot older than us, right? To basically have the roadmap to knowledge and wisdom, right? And if you better your soul, if you better your being, then you're going to be able to tap into truth and be able to see things more clearly. Ones that have not purified their soul, they're going to see things that are cloudy, and there's going to be filters, and they can't tap into wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. So it's kind of that simple, and you probably don't even need to have a high IQ. It just have to be able to tap into the triad.
Well, I think the world we need all kinds of people. And you have some people who might be really high IQ but really low EQ and really low SQ, but they're really good at a specific thing. Then you have somebody who has the triad who's really successful at something else who the other person wouldn't be. And then you have somebody who has really low IQ. You know, in other words, you have all kinds of people, and I think the world is beautiful because of all that. I just think we want everything. I don't think somebody is good because they have a high IQ.
No, but we have a society. We have a society that seems to put a premium on people that have high IQs.
I think that's the brainwash. It's the same way they brainwashed and they said, "Oh, believe the food pyramid." You know, it's just brainwash.
Right. But all right, so you know, the market has closed, and I need to start wrapping up and stuff. But
okay, thanks, Paul.
Yeah, no problem. And we'll talk probably tomorrow with another crisis. Right?
When the next disaster happens.
The next disaster as the world turns. Okay. Thanks for talking. All right, bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so just a reminder for the ones that are watching on YouTube and on Rumble, you know, I do a live feed on YouTube. I'm doing a live feed on Rumble. Rumble has the dashboard of the market. I also do call-ins like we just experienced here with X Spaces. So this is supposed to be interactive. So when I do my shows, please request, and you know, I'll take your questions. It's important to help support the work, all right? And by supporting the work, you can do it many different ways. Share the links, subscribe, donate on my website, or better yet, get the products that I take that help with your endocrine system, your immune system, different health systems like the brain or the heart or your digestive system, right? The pancreas, the liver. It's really, if you focus on these things, you can improve your health, slow down the aging process, and just have more vitality. All right? So let's talk about some supplements that are really important for your cardiovascular health and your bone health. All right? For cardiovascular health, nattokinase is really important to lower LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Nattokinase also helps to break up clots, so it's fibrinolytic. So you should be taking this if you want to improve your cardiovascular health, right? In addition, for the anti-aging gurus, and I would put myself in that category, all right, the anti-aging gurus, taking nattokinase as a supplement and thinning out the blood a little bit is good as a cardiovascular prophylactic to slow down the aging of the cardiovascular system, all right? So this is the reason why I've added it to my stack, all right? This is very high quality nattokinase. So please go to my store and get the nattokinase. Improve your cardiovascular health. And if you're worried about clotting because of the crisis, that nattokinase that I just showed you, you should be buying. Now, in terms of heart health and bone health, stacking these two supplements together work really well. Vitamin K2, MK7, very important to help with bone density, right? When you get older, you gotta worry about osteoporosis, so do a little bit of resistance training, take calcium, and take vitamin K2. It'll help with your bones and your joints, but it'll also help with your cardiovascular health. You couple it with D3. D3 helps to absorb calcium. It's a gene expression cofactor, so it's going to help cells to express the proteins that are needed to do certain cellular functions. D3 also helps to get rid of cells that have been infected, so that's D3 is so important to take during the cold season. When you couple them together, what's going to happen is that you're going to improve your bone density over time, especially if you're doing some sort of resistance training and you're bringing in calcium. And D3 and K2 help to keep and pull out some of that calcium depositing around plaques. So when plaques are formed in your vascular system, what happens is there's also depositing of calcium. You want to pull that out, all right? And you want to prevent it from going into your vascular system. So to reduce plaque, there's a whole protocol, but part of that protocol is the vitamin D3 and the K2. Additional things that you should be taking to improve and reduce plaque, to improve your cardiovascular health and to reduce plaque, is taking C60, take the turmeric and the ashwagandha, taking the omega-3s, right? Taking the nattokinase, and you're reducing inflammation, you're soaking up those free radicals, you're pulling out that calcium depositing, right? You're lowering your LDL levels, so you're reducing the oxidation of the LDL. That's how you reduce plaque. That's how you reduce the chances of getting new plaque. And over time, when you do that protocol, you're actually slowly taking, the plaque is slowly going away. Now, you can't get rid of all the plaque buildup, but people that have, let's say, a 50% or 60% blockage of the carotid in a year, you're gonna see less blockage when you do this kind of protocol. Okay, so it's important to kind of to just pay attention. It's about inflammation, it's about bringing down the reactive oxygen species, it's about bringing down the LDL levels. And when you couple that, when you attack the issue with plaque buildup, you attack it from different vectors, then you're going to be able to prevent further plaque buildup, but also over time you're going to see that there's a reduction in the blockage and you have better blood flow. Can't get rid of it 100%, but you can reduce it by a lot. Lignans boosts up your immune system, it helps your endocrine system, and guess what? I keep on saying it on every show, boost up your immune system. Don't you think with more cases in December and in January because of the season that we're in, and all the things that might be happening because of certain types of dynamics on farms, like with cows and chickens, that you need to boost up your immune system? Yeah, I think you should start listening. Lignans helps to boost up your immune system. It's a powder. You mix it with food, or you can just make a smoothie, or just mix it with filtered water. It's up to you, but take it. Boost up your immune system. Don't fall in the category of, I should have listened to Dr. Paul Cottrell while you're having a hard time breathing, all right? Because when you're having a hard time breathing, it's too late. Zeolite. This helps to get rid of heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. We're bombarded by big ag and big farm, big pharma, right? We're bombarded by all these chemicals and toxins. Gotta get them out of your body. Filter your water. Stop eating the crappy food. And take the zeolite. You can take it every day, or you can just detoxify your body once or twice a year. Take a couple drops, put it underneath your tongue, small drops, drink filtered water, do it every day. If you're just doing a once or twice detox a year, then take a few drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water until the bottle's done, and then voila, do that once or twice a year. Really simple. But filter your water and stop eating processed foods. If you have a high shelf life food, guess what? Chances are there's a lot of chemicals in there that aren't good for your endocrine system. NAC boosts up your glutathione levels. I've added this to my stack. Why? Because glutathione soaks up free radicals and improves the health of your liver. It detoxifies your liver and detoxifies your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. All right? In addition, NAC helps to calm the nervous system, reduces anxiety. Really important. Resveratrol. This helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. It helps with mitochondrial health. It's an antioxidant. It works really well when you stack it with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol. So I've been taking resveratrol for decades. I don't think Alex Jones has been taking resveratrol for decades. Do you want to look like Alex Jones, or do you want to look like Dr. Paul Cottrell? It's up to you. NAD+, like I said, it's synergistic with resveratrol. NAD+ is really important to take. Why? It boosts up your energy levels. You need lots of ATP. When you get older, your ATP goes down. When your ATP goes down, you stop moving around. You lose muscle. You lose bone density. And guess what? You get older quicker. NAD+ boosts up your energy levels. It helps to repair DNA damage in your mitochondria and in the nucleus where your DNA is, right? And it will help protect neurons. When you get older, you're going to need to protect your neurons. Your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system does start to weaken, and you need to supplement to add protection to those neurons, right? Really important. You don't want gait issues when you're older. You don't want to fall and break your hip and then 3 weeks die, which is a big problem for people that are geriatric. A great way to bring down inflammation is to take ashwagandha root and turmeric. Why? When you bring down inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system, because when you have high cortisol levels, it's immunosuppressant. Oh, so when you're stressed out and you have high cortisol, if you're not sleeping well and you have high cortisol, you're actually suppressing your immune system. Didn't I say for like 3,000 times that it's about neutralizing pathogens, bringing down inflammation, and soaking up free radicals? That's the core. And you're gonna slow down aging and boost up your immune system, and you add the other stuff to the stack, and you're really doing some major wonders for your health. Well, bringing down inflammation with turmeric is really important. And it's an antioxidant, so it's soaking up free radicals. When you take the ashwagandha, you're bringing down your cortisol levels, and you're bringing down your glucose levels, so you're bringing down inflammation. And you stack these together, you know what? It's really helping your cardiovascular health and your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ashwagandha and get the turmeric, because it works. And if you stack it like I told you to, you can actually reduce plaque. Now, do you want to take a statin and make yourself stupid? Or do you want to follow my advice and reduce the plaque and bring down your LDL and increase your HDL levels? It's up to you. But either way, you're going to go down a path. If you're not paying attention, you're going to go down a path where pharmacopoeia is your only option. Myotrol. Myotrol helps to build up muscle. If you're an athlete, take this. You'll see improved gains in your strength. If you're older, you need to start building up muscle. You need to take supplements that boost up your mitochondrial DNA and boost up the health of the mitochondria. So you're going to bring up your ATP levels. Do a little bit of resistance training, work out, build some muscle, stop the atrophying, and you're going to be in better health. So this is for athletes, and it's for people that are 40 plus, all right? Take the Myotrol and make sure you work out. Now, Myotrol has the flavonoids, the lignans, and the polyphenols in it, all right, to help you to gain muscle and maintain muscle. But it's important to do resistance training. And lastly, ubiquinol. This is the best bioavailable ubiquinol bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get. And you can get it on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The best bioavailable ubiquinol, all right? So, why do you need to take ubiquinol? Well, for many reasons. One, it improves your energy levels. Do you see a common theme? A common theme. You need to boost up your ATP. It's a key issue with people. You boost up ATP, you're going to be able to do a lot of other things. It'll improve the health of the mitochondria, and hence boost up the ATP levels. It's an antioxidant, so it's soaking up free radicals. It's synergistic with C60, which also soaks up free radicals. It's synergistic with NAC because you want to be able to soak up free radicals differently to be able to reduce the stress on the cell. And remember what NAC does. It reduces free radicals through the glutathione pathway. So it's synergistic with NAC. And ubiquinol protects neurons. So it's synergistic with NAD+. When you get older, you're going to need it. All right. Now, lastly, now I apologize that I'm pushing so hard these products, but we were in a long conversation during the X Spaces, and I think it's important to have long conversations, not 2-minute segments. Gladiator barley. If you want to build muscle, you want to bring down inflammation, you want to soak up free radicals using superoxide dismutase, this is a great way to do it. All right? It's a powder, right? It's made from high density barley, heirloom type barley, all right? Not the barley that you're buying at Whole Foods, right? This is high density, so it's a protein. And so what happens is that when you take this and you work out, you're going to see gains. This is synergistic with Myotrol. All right, so if you're an athlete and you want to get, gain, have strength gains, take the Gladiator barley and take the Myotrol together. If you're older and you want to, maintain or get healthy, right, and build some muscle, taking the Gladiator barley is really important. Plus, it'll bring down inflammation and it will soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. Now, I also have the heirloom barley, and the heirloom barley is for detoxifying, but it also brings down inflammation and soaks up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. It's also a protein, and so what you can do is you can use this as a meal. All right, you put a few scoops in, and you mix it in a smoothie, soft foods. I would mix it in, let's say, hummus or yogurt, right? You could just mix it with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk. It's up to you, all right? But the thing is, it's high density, so you don't want to take big scoops. You want little scoops, all right? And it's a great way to detoxify your body. But it works even better when you mix it with Boomer Boost. And Boomer Boost is a powder. You take a big scoop once a day, you mix it with food or with water, filtered water, or milk or whatever, however you want to mix it with. Make it a smoothie, whatever. And you get all the nutrients you need. It has a gigantic profile for minerals, vitamins, right? So this powder has 68 nutrients that you need. This can be a meal for your breakfast or for your lunch. And this is a great way to lose weight. Now, when you take the Gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost together, you're getting the protein and you're getting the other nutrients that you need, your daily nutrients. And this will increase your energy levels and help with your brain health and your cardiovascular health. All right? If you take these together, it's an added benefit. You're also helping with your blood glucose levels. So if you're a little bit on the edge of diabetes and you need to lose a little bit of weight, taking the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator barley together as your meal for breakfast or for lunch is going to help you for brain health, cardiovascular health, and help with your control of glucose. Another way to control the glucose is to take the ashwagandha. Like I said, it helps with blood glucose levels. All right? And a lot of people in the United States, they're too fat, they have bad hearts, and they have diabetes. I'm just giving you a solution to how to solve it all. All right? But it takes effort. It takes consistency. And a little bit of, getting educated about this. But the thing is that take this powder on a regular basis, on a daily basis, and if you're doing it every day and you're taking the Gladiator and you're doing a little bit of workout, you don't have to be a triathlete. You're going to lose a lot of weight. You can control your blood glucose levels, and you're going to improve your heart health and your brain health. So, and if you're wanting to really detoxify your body, take the Boomer Boost and the Heirloom. Now, if you want to buy it in a combo, either Boomer Boost, Heirloom barley, or Boomer Boost and Gladiator barley, I have discounted a box. It's called the Longevity Boost Box. And use discount 5, all caps, number 5. You get $5 off plus the discount that is built into the box, the Longevity Boost. And so you can get the Boomer Boost and either the Heirloom barley to do the detox or the Gladiator barley and gain strength and get the Longevity Boost Box, and that's just built-in discount. And then you can add the discount 5 on top of that, all right? Or you can buy them separately and just pay full price. It's up to you. I'm giving you lots of options. But that's how you can support my work, and I want you to support your health. I am 100% sure on this. Things are going to get worse in 2025 and 2026. Things are gonna get worse. Now, you either listen to me or not. If you listen, you're gonna be boosting up your immune system and getting healthier. If you don't listen to me, you're gonna be in a worse situation and you may not be able to mitigate the problems that arise in 2025 and 2026. It's up to you. Thank you for listening. Please help support the channel by sharing the links, subscribing. Subscribe to all 4 channels on YouTube. Subscribe to Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe. Subscribe. All right? Make sure you follow me on X. I got 2 channels on X. I also have GETTR. Follow me there. You'll get notifications. You can join my WhatsApp group to get notifications. That's another way to do it. You can hear my podcasts on Apple Podcasts, on Podomatic, and the podcasts I post on my website. You can get live feeds on my website, on YouTube, and on Rumble. So there's lots of ways. Share the links. Ask your social media to follow me, because guess what? You're going to start seeing stuff happening in 2025 and 2026 that is going to affect your health. You need to pay attention to what I have to say, because I am the most accurate on this. Period. Full stop. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.